And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another day, another edition here of the LiuLi Cup 36, day number 2. I'm Coach SI VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our second day in the row of the LiuLi Cup. Thank you so much. Big shout to Ryu in the chat. I think by now he's already gone to bed, but thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you didn't smosh too much in TFT. Ryu. Regardless, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome one and all to our second day of LiuLi Cup. For those that are curious, this is an invitational. It's a monthly invitational every month or so. It's a little bit irregular, but they do, Saber, aka LiuLi, does create these invitationals, invites a bunch of players, and does host tournaments on a regular basis. Sometimes it's best of 7s with only 2 players. Sometimes it's a full round of 8. Sometimes it's round of 16. Whatever tickles his fancy. Every time, a little bit different here, a little bit different. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on yesterday's matches, on yesterday's bracket. Let's go. Let us catch up. From the top here, we have our round of 8. So if you missed out on day 1, I highly recommend it. We had some very intense, very dynamic matches here, a lot of ace matches, and even the final TVT was a banger as well. We featured Trigger versus Bunny, SHIN versus Zan, Creator versus Gumiho, and Cure versus Björn. Again, this is all casted less than 24 hours ago, so you can check out those VODs over on YouTube. Meanwhile, we now have day 2. We have the semis. The semifinals are ahead of us here. We have Trigger versus SHIN, and Creator versus Cure. Let's go. We got 2 Protoss, 1 Terran, 1 Zerg. We have our initial semifinals matches. As a reminder, these are going to be best of 5s, by the way, not best of 3. Best of 5s in the semis and a best of 7 grand finals. Here this morning, we're going to be covering the semifinals, having a bit of a break, having some downtime, taking a breath before jumping into said best of 7. Let's go. Let's go. We're here to crown our LiuLi Cup 36 champion. Let's go. Let's go. We have our first series. We have our first matchup. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. So we are jumping on in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing himself, or I guess technically now on his new team on Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Here we go. Of course, we did announce a plethora of new signups here over the past week. Players like SHIN found a new team. Zan also found a new team as well. So exciting stuff. Hero, of course, finding a new team. Hero joining Twisted Minds. Zan joining Team Vitality. And SHIN joining Weibo Gaming. So already some new signups. And we expect more signups in the coming weeks leading up to EWC. To expect more teams to pick up players and to show up their rosters for the Esports World Cup. Until then, though, we're settling in. We do have our initial hatch gas pool. We do foresee our natural out of SHIN. So far, just a bit of an uncomfortable start here for our red Zerg player. Outside of that, we are just calming things down and building on up. Now, when it comes to Trigger, when it comes to his playstyle here, he has been improving so much over the course of the past, year of play at this point. He's been in Korea for so long, nearing or getting close to a year is Trigger in Korea, and yeah, he's been able to improve so much over time. And specifically when it comes to his PvZ, he's not really too fancy with it. We don't often see many quirky builds going into Glaive Adepts or going into like Skytoss rushes or anything like that, but he's been looking very secure when it comes to his standard play. That's where he's been thriving, at least so far. That's where he's been able to take down players like Solar, like even SHIN as well. So we'll see how this does turn out in this best of 5. For those who do not know, Trigger, he did go to Korea at this point, I want to say June of last year, around June, maybe even just before that as well, pre-EWC. So before EWC, Trigger, he did go to Korea alongside a bunch of other foreigners. He went alongside Estrella, Future, and Clem. This is also one of the reasons why Clem was looking so strong in EWC, was that he did go to Korea a month beforehand to train and practice with everyone else. They rented an Airbnb together. They basically formed an impromptu team house amongst all of them, and they just hardcore just grinded StarCraft and looked to improve. And I mean, hey, it led into protect Clem becoming the world champion. Like, damn, it was, it was very successful. Likewise, Trigger and Estrella also kind of reap those rewards. I would say that the results of Trigger and Estrella really did peak after EWC, unfortunately. I mean, Estrella was still looking very strong at the time, but in the months preceding that, we did see in like October, November, December, some very strong results from our players. I'm always reminded of Estrella versus Cyril at Bounce's Coliseum, for example, where Estrella was performing very well, and he was even able to take Cyril in the late game, which was crazy, by the way. And likewise, Trigger as well, also improving quite a lot in that time in Korea. Still there, actually, still there. Meanwhile, Shin does get across the map. Oh, full threat in the probe, does get a full scout. It is going to be a Stargate opener here by Trigger. Does open Stargate, will be opening up Oracle, nothing crazy, nothing too fancy. Again, we don't really expect anything too quirky out of him. Despite that, we'll be keeping our eye open for the Twilight Council timing from Trigger to see if he does go for anything earlier than normal and try to catch Shin off guard. From the side of Shin, he's typically a lot more diverse. He typically thrives in the mid-game, referring to 3 base all-ins at times. Ling Hydra-based play is typically what he does go for. If he can get away with skipping roaches, Shin will. We'll see if he does pull that off. But now, Trigger claiming his third. Oracle moves out. We do see Shin getting ready for a potentially Ling run by. So he does have plenty of Lings active on the field. Trigger playing it safe. Doesn't move out with the Oracle. Does stay back at home to expand. And Shin will scout and Shin will confirm. He shouldn't get anything done here. Yep, there we go. Does get eyes on the setup. Does get the hell out of there. Pulls back, Shin behind this, happily droning. Meanwhile, that is an early Twilight Council. Okay, so Trigger, you have my attention. Early Twilight Council out of our Protoss player. This could be one of two things. This should be Glaives. This should be Glaive Adepts here. That would make the most sense. But if you were here last night when we were casting Max Packs, I was saying things along the lines of our early Twilight Council could be Blink instead. Like Hero, he's very fond of rushing into early Blink, and that's kind of what he's known for. But some of the other Protoss players have been incorporating that as well, so I don't want to take that off the table. This should be Glaives, but this can also be an earlier Blink timing. In saying that, we would have seen a Forge by now, so show us what you got. Show us the Glaives. There it is. There we go. So Trigger, he is sane. He is a regular Protoss player. We're going for Glaive Adepts here. Now, the purpose of this build, the purpose of this opener, this does not hit with a Robo. So there's no War Prism. There's no War Prism. What we're going to be seeing here is we're going to see Trigger bank up Adepts back at home behind the wall, behind his natural, keeping them hidden. And ideally, you want to have your opponent skip their Roach Warren. As we can see, Shin doesn't skip it. I mentioned before that Shin, he's known for playing Ling Hydra, so I do like this build at a Trigger. Unfortunately, yeah, he cancels. You can see here, he cancels Glaives, he starts Blink. The reasoning for this and the rationale, and we have the Forge on the way as well, is because Trigger did scout the Roach Warren. Again, if there's a Roach Warren, there's a lower chance that your Adepts are really going to get anything done, so we see Trigger hard switch out of Glaives into Blink Stalker instead. So this is reactive as to what he did scout across the map. Oh, taking a lot of hits. Oh no! Takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. One Oracle does fall. And from here, we're switching into a more standard mid-game. I say more standard just because Blink is still early. True, like Blink is still a little bit early here for Trigger, so he's going to be able to be active with his Stalkers sooner than normal. And he can maybe pick off some Overlords, deny some creep, and threaten the bases. Trigger has potential to get some damage done. Unfortunately, Trigger, I mean, again, he did lose an Oracle, and these Oracles are so valuable in the mid-game. Oracles are not just openers to get damage done early on into scouts, but they support the army very well coming into the mid-game, even into the late game as well. So losing one will stifle Trigger. It does slow him down. It does mean that he has less potential to be active on the map. Still being active, at least on his side. Clearing up Overlords. They do get a probe. Behind this Shin, he is droning, saturating, getting into his own Hydra production. Again, he did have the safety Roach one, and he's investing into Roach upgrades, but if he can get away with it, he will like to skip Roach production. Last Stalkers move out. So we do have Roach Hydra building up. Again, Trigger poking forward. As he moves forward, he does expand behind this, going for a 4th expansion, so 4th Nexus on the way. We do have the Temple Archives, Robo +1, into Storm, not into Colossus. Trigger does move in. Does move forward, gets one. Picks off one Hydra, not bad. Doesn't lose anything yet. has one stasis. Again, like, we could otherwise be seeing additional stasis traps, additional oracles. Shin is still building up, getting ready for potentially a surround. Uh-oh. He's getting ready. Storm is on the way. Shin comes in from behind, triggers the stasis trap. And Trigger, he has to back off. Has to pull away. Behind this, we have side defense being thrown down. This is where we can talk about the map a little bit itself. Welcome one more to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, but more importantly, these bases are very difficult to defend. That is why I'm sure Shin is happy to embrace a 3-base all-in. What I mean by that, no drones. No drones, no saturation at the 4th. This is straight up one massive 3-base all-in off of 3-base saturation. Shin, he will max out on Ling, Roach, Hydra, and Shin is going to try to break down this wall. We do have a wall of cannons on the way, though. We have a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. Storm is still not done. 5 more seconds. Yeah, 5 more seconds. Storm will complete just barely in time. Stalker's ready to respond, and Shin, he's going to be shut down here. Yeah, he is being shut down. Again, the cannons did finish up just in time. Now, what I was going to say, referring to how large the map is and how difficult it is to defend, it isn't the Trigger he saw the all-in coming. He had a wall of side defense on the way here already, even some side defense here at the 4th base, because of the map itself, because it is difficult to defend on Frostline without side defense. So it did finish up just in time. Storm on the Roaches. No, the Storm on the Roaches is ay. The Storms are brutal. Storms are brutal. Shin, he's running out of steam. Now, bearing in mind, Shin, he's still rallying. He's still just rallying across the map. He still wants to end the game. And Trigger, he's running out of storms. And force him with an Archon. Likewise, pokes in. Shin, instead, he rotates his hand off, trying to break down this brick wall of cannons and shield batteries. Heads over in between the bases instead. After getting caught out. Going for the Cybercore, massive pickoff. Cybercore does fall. There is no charge. Uh-oh, slow lots are warping in. Yeah, charge was forgotten. And he has to rebuild that Cybercore. It looks like Shin has done it. Shin, he's done it. He pulls Trigger apart. He forces a fight here out in the open without any stack defense. And Trigger, he's going to be losing all his key units here. The Stalkers, the Immortals. Remember, he cannot reinforce with any more Stalkers. Only with slow lots, and they're slow, pappy. They do nothing. GG gets called. Trigger is broken, and Shin, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Shin, he will take a lead. Trigger, initially, he had an impressive defense at his 3rd base, but then Shin realized, hold up. Let's not push into all these cannons. let's not push into all these cannons. Let's not push into all these shield batteries. Backs off, he rotates around, and again, he forced a fight out in the open there without any supportive side defense. He was able to surround the Stalkers, surround the Immortal, and of course, snipe that Cybercore as well. A much better engage towards the end towards the end there by Shin, and again, he was completely all in and did break through. GG. GG, well played. This also exemplifies how difficult it is to defend on Frostline. It isn't just that to defend on this map you need all that side defense, but more importantly, unlike on other maps, there is that kind of avenue, there is that entrance in between the 3rd and 4th base where you can abuse that position. You can go in between the bases and force there's just an extra angle of attack that isn't always there on other maps, so it does make things more difficult to defend. There's also no high ground advantage there either, which you typically would have on other maps, like ley lines, for example. And with that, Trigger was torn apart. Now we're making our way into our next game, into ley lines. And again, like the map there was just working against Trigger, it can be very difficult to be the defending player on Frostline, but that changes coming into game 2. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our Canadian Protoss player, we have our blue Protoss representing Basilisk, it is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing himself. It is Shin. Here we go. So we do settle in and calm things down. And welcome on to Leylands. Leylands is a much more defendable map. As you can see here at the triangular third base, there's a much more narrow ramp coming into the expansion. There is also an alleyway here on the right hand side, or another entrance, another avenue of attack, but likewise also is a little bit more narrow, easier to defend. Meanwhile, when it comes to the area here in between the bases, it's less accessible. As we mentioned before, on Frostline there is no ramp, there is no high ground, there's no choke point. Here there is. There's a ramp here in the center that you have to try to move up towards that natural base. Likewise towards the fourth base, also another more narrow ramp as well. So this map is more defendable than Frostline, is more easier to turtle up and to get in towards a longer game state. Because of that, 3-base all-ins are less effective here. Not saying that they can't work, but it takes a little bit more here to really get going. You have to rely on your opponent missing the all-in or being a little bit more lax with their defenses. More on catching your opponent off guard. On Frostline, your opponent can know that you're all-inning and they can still die anyway. It's crazy, it's crazy. Now though, we do have our Hatchcats pool, standard opener here out of SHIN. Likewise, Trigger back at home, going for his own standard opener as well. As a reminder, bearing in mind that we did see Trigger try to be cheeky last game. He did go for Glaive Adepts. Of course, he cancelled. He did switch gears and did get out of Glaive Adepts after he saw the Roach Warren. But it also shows us that if there is an opportunity, if he sees an opening, Trigger, he will go into Glaives and he may be able to find some success there. It all depends on what SHIN is up to. Here we go. As SHIN is going to saturate, joining up his natural. Likewise, Stargate opener out of Trigger once again. Opening up Stargate. Do you see a delay here on the expansion? Just laying the third. We should be seeing a cancel here, no kill, and from here we can just settle into our 3-base setup. So there is that cancellation. Now, last game, Trigger, he only opened up double Oracle, and that was to be able to afford the faster Twilight Council. Here, we might see triple Oracle instead. I mean, the map is smaller, so you could argue that maybe Glaive Adepts would have more success. Likewise, SimCity here at the natural is going to be delayed because of how late the hatchery is, so there is opportunity here for Trigger. Is an opportunity. Trigger shades into the bases. So far, no major damage, getting 1, drawing, getting 2. Not bad. Gets 2, barely does not get 3. And the Adepts, they're going to be cleaned up. Going to be cleaned up. Behind this third base being taken. And once again, just like last game, we are keeping our eye open for the Twilight Council timing. SHIN, he will threaten the third. Oracle's in position. Second Oracle's on the way. Out comes the second Oracle. Gas is being taken. Oracles are moving out, and Trigger, he does skip his third Oracle once again. Okay. Only 2. Only 2 Oracles. The Twilight Council gets thrown down. I believe this one should be Blink, as I believe it's more lined up with a Forge, question mark. So let's have that Twilight Council. From the side of SHIN, I don't see a Roach Warren. No safety Roach Warren yet. We're nearing the 5-minute mark. Oracles are being active. Yep, there's the Forge. Once again, Blink. This Trigger does get behind the middle line. He gets a scout on everything, actually. Oh, gets 1, gets 2 drones, but he does overextend. 4 drone kills is good, but not worth an Oracle. As now both games in a row, Trigger, he has lost that first Oracle. Behind this, Blink is on the horizon. Getting to Blink in +1. But I'm concerned now here for Trigger. We spoke earlier just how valuable these Oracles can be, or how they are, really. And Shin is going Link Hydra. This game, he is skipping roaches. He's going straight up Link Hydra. He's being a little more efficient. He's cutting corners. If Trigger had gone into Glaive Adepts, then Shin would have been in danger. But here we see Shin, he's fine. He's perfectly safe and sound. Adepts, they do threaten the shade. They do get one. They get 2 more drones. 8 in total. It does add up. Oh, getting into 9. 12 kills in total, not bad for 4 Adepts, 1 Oracle. It's a decent trade. I mean, again, losing that Oracle is still brutal. At least Trigger's getting more damage. Does split the Link round by. Enemies in position. And we should be seeing Shin tech up. Should be seeing him tech up. Last game we went for a 3-base all in. Here we should be seeing a 4th expansion, droning, saturating. As this is more of a macro setup here on the side of Shin. This can lead into earlier lurker tech, as we do see Shin is double expanding, getting a 4th and a 5th base at the same time. So he's building up. Stalkers are being active. There's that Hydrogen. Until then, yes, defend with purely Link Queen. Not gonna be an easy defense here. Oh, Queens are under fire. At the same time, Shinny does go for a counterattack. Trigger, he does have a wall. Wings, they do defend just in time. Queens are still exposed though. Oh, he gets 1. Barely not. Trigger, he defends, he breaks through the main army, getting into the 4th expansion, not bad. Now Shin did double expand, so he does have a backup hatchery, but that's going to be a brutal loss. As Trigger, he gets a kill. Takes on the base, not bad. Trigger, he gets the hell out of there. He pulls back home. Ooh, but that expansion, is it going to go down? It's going to be close. Oh, can he get it? Oh my god, barely not. Whew. Trigger, he saves the base, saves the Nexus. Shin, he's in trouble here. Again, lost a lot of momentum. He's stuck on 3-base saturation. He's trying to take up in towards lurkers. Infestation bit's on the way. But he needs more damage. He wants that expansion. He wants it. I don't know if he can get it though. Yeah, Oracle has arrived. The Lings, once again, they hit the natural. There's a recall. Trigger, he's holding. He's holding, he's defending well. He will lose the Cybercore though. Cybercore does go down. Meanwhile, Shin is stacking up. Now, on the one hand, this is okay damage out of Shin, but the terrifying thing here is how late saturation is on the 4th. And he's taking into Hive, into a lurker tech as well, but his economy has been stifled, has been slowed down. Trigger has momentum. Lings, they're trying to force Trigger back home. They're trying to buy some time. Catch a couple of zealots. Trigger, he doesn't turn around. We'll see if he can break into the expansion. At the same time, Lings, they get into the natural. The wall is open. Yeah, the wall is not a wall. Oh, Lings, they dip in. 5 probe kills. Not bad. Trigger focusing on the defense. He's giving Shin more time to build up more Lings, build up more Hydras. He's building up. A lurker gen is not yet done. Trigger moves in. And these Hydras are looking exposed. Lings, they're almost arriving in time. Trigger trading well, picking up Lings. Yeah, more Stalkers are moving in. Hydras are now exposed. And again, without Lings here, these Hydras are so vulnerable. And Shin can't afford to lose them. So far, the Lings are decent. Kiting back. Better CranKy for Shin. And as they're defending Trigger, he does go for a massive Zealot run by, going for the natural. Shin bleeds out all the Queens, so trading out Hydras. Zealots, they do get into the mineral line. And Shin is bleeding out too much. He's bleeding out far too much here. Zealots, they do distract reinforcements. More Zealots moving in. We have 2 lurkers on the way, but the expansion, it's going to get picked off. Massive pick off, 4th base falls, and this is all thanks to the 4th base falling earlier. Like, the momentum is still in favor of Trigger since then. Shutting Shin down. Shin needs more time. There we go. 6 more lurkers on the way. Trigger, he has a fleet beacon. Mothership in production. And Shin, he's being starved out here. He cannot expand. Trigger peels off into the mineral line once again. Engaging with the drones. Lurkers, they will defend though. It's going to be 5 drones going down. Trigger, oh god. Trigger, you cannot push in. And now he has to make a choice. Does he throw down a second robo going to Massive Mortal, or does he throw down a second Stargate into Sky Toss? Where are we headed? As I don't really see him breaking this position as more lurkers are on the way. Shin is slowing down the game. There it is. Tempest production has begun, but only 1 Stargate. Results say will deny the expansion. As it's gonna be a cancel here on the hatchery. Oh, he has to be careful. As he has not saturated his gases. There we go. Now pulling into gas. His probe count is lacking. Trigger, he's not making probes. As he's trying to keep up. Shin going for a counterattack. Bold move. He's got 17 lurkers. Not all across the map. And Trigger, he's running out of steam. He was doing so well breaking bases, getting into mineral lines, but he barely could not kill Shin in time. And again, Trigger, he's not really set up for a longer game. Like, he's undersaturated. He's not probing. He doesn't have the best economy. I mean, he can't afford a second Stargate. He can't afford it. Yeah, Shin is slowing the game down. He's slowly maxing out. He's re-expanding. Spire is on the way, getting ready for Sky Toss. We do see Shin moving in. Trigger, he was so close. He was so close, man. Yeah. He was there. There were like 2 lunkers keeping Shin alive. And now those 2 lunkers, we have 14. They've multiplied. Oh no. It's gonna be 15 lunkers. Oh, Trigger, he gets caught out. Oh my god. Yeah, massive spine shields to the face. Trigger cool with his pants down. He's now trying to expand, but now the base is not gonna get up and running. It's not gonna happen. Nexus is gonna fall. And again, Trigger, he just can't keep up with this. He still hasn't made any probes in quite some time. In minutes at this point. He just hasn't been making workers. Shin moving in. Shin taking a worker lead. Now on a proper 4-base saturation. Another expansion goes down. Other probes down. Probes, they run into the main army. And Shin, he's done. It's impressive. Like, Shin, he was down and out. He was up against the wall, but things were looking dire for Shin. He was losing 4th base after 4th base, losing workers. But again, Trigger, he didn't really have any longevity here in this game. He wasn't probing, he wasn't taking up. I mean, yes, he had the fleet beacon, that is true. We can see here he has a couple of Tempests, but doesn't have the economies to sustain this. It seems like he never intended to. So he does drag back here to the lurkers. Does drag the army back. We have Storm on the way, +1 air attack. As again, Trigger still trying to force the issue here. Shin is maxed. We have some Corruptors on the way, so he's bought enough time here for his answer to the Sky Toss. And again, there's just not really much Sky Toss. The reality here is that once a couple of Tempests start going down, it's going to be so difficult to replace them, because there's only 1 Stargate. So again, Trigger just doesn't really have much sustainability. And again, he hasn't made a probe in like, what, 6 or 7 minutes? Trigger's double expanding, but he has no saturation. This Trigger does pull away. Does pull back. Shin moving in. And Trigger, he has one fight in him. He has one big fight that could still go his way. He has Storm. But we just bypass the main army. We just bypass the army. We're going for the base trade. This is the best case scenario for Trigger. Like, the one way that he can take this game is for a base trade. And Shin, he turns around. Turns around, racing back home. Now remember, Trigger, he can always recall. So he can snipe a couple bases, he can recall back home. Lings are being dealt with. Army turns back. Trigger, he has to get the hell out of here. He's down the slow zone. He has a couple of storms. Nice storms on the main army. Storms pop off. Trigger, he pulls away. At the same time, he peels off into the main. Getting a couple of drone kills. And again, this is the best that Trigger could have hoped for. He doesn't lose the main army. He can always recall these stalkers. Going for the hive. Up. Doesn't quite get it. And does attempt to recall, but a little bit too late. Saves 3 stalkers. That saves what he can. But he's still in this. Like, suddenly he killed 2 bases. He killed the 3rd base, the natural base as well. Almost killed the main. Suddenly Shin's production, Shin's economy, lackluster. Okay, let's go. We have a game. This could still go either way. Trigger moving in. Yeah, storms on the corruptors, getting on top of the lurkers as well. Is it enough? It looks like, yeah, he has enough mortals. He cleans up most of the lurkers. There's 1 lurker left. Yeah, and Trigger, he's done it. He has done it. Very impressive here. He hasn't made a probe in like 10 minutes. He had no longevity in this game. He barely had an economy, but mate, he pulled it back. He pulled it back, but yeah. Slow zone on the Hydras. Only Hydras remaining. They're going to be shut down. GG gets called, and Trigger, he bounces back. Whew. We have a back and forth. We tied the series 1-1. GG. Whew. Aye. GG, well played. Again, the winning move there for Trigger was the base trade. As we mentioned, the base trade was the best case scenario for Trigger. It was the only way for him to kind of get damage done, to force Shin into himself as well. And yeah, it was a really good decision there, and it was a game-winning decision as well. Shin, at that moment, I feel like Shin probably should have committed to the base trade instead of racing back home. As we saw, he just had a really hard time engaging. He maybe didn't realize that Storm was complete and the Storm was available, but Shin, he didn't achieve much at all by coming back home, as he took some really rough fights and wasn't really able to engage. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. Let's go. We're getting into game number 3. Here we go. Hola, Draconics, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. Good to see you. This morning in the top, in the bottom right hand corner here of Whispers of Gold, we do have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And sporting in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Shin. Being forced into a tied series, again, a very intense back and forth. I would say that Shin, it was, again, very back and forth. Trigger initially almost won the game. He almost won the game with his first move out when he was able to kill the 4th base the first time. From there, he had a lot of momentum. He killed the 4th base a second time. He was trading well against the Hydras. He was getting into mineral lines. Again, just to emphasize, if you missed out on it, Trigger had a very strong early to mid game in game number 2, and then Shin recovered. Then Shin was able to slow the game down. He was able to build up into mass lurker. Trigger, he wasn't probing up behind it. He wasn't macroing. He had no economy, so Trigger was falling behind, and things were looking suddenly dire for Trigger. And then we saw the base trade, right? Then we saw, in a way, Trigger outmaneuver Shin, get past the army, get across the map, and yeah, force some really just brutal positions for Shin. GG, well played. Brought it back. It's good to see you, Draconics. Good to see you. Protoss indeed. Cuídate, papi. Cuídate. Be careful. Cry somewhere else. Cry somewhere else. So that was settling in. Again, we have our back and forth. and we'll see who takes the lead. Now welcome one on to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a much smaller map of the map pool, much smaller map. Because of this, aggression is favored. I'm referring to 2 base all-ins and 3 base all-ins, and clearly both players are more than happy to cut workers and to commit across the map. So we'll see who's going to be the aggressor initially. Will it be Shin? Will it be Trigger? When it comes to the map, it isn't just about how small the map is, it's also about how difficult it is to defend the 3rd and 4th base. Here we do have, no high ground, there's no ramp, there's no choke point here that you can really make use of, as you can knock down those rocks, and you can also knock down the rocks further back to reduce the time it takes to get across the map. Likewise, same here at the triangular 3rd location. It is very easy to get a concave as the aggressing player and outtrade your opponent and break your opponent's defensive line. We saw something similar on Frostline. Frostline is very similar with how exposed the bases are. And Shin, he was able to go for a 3 base all-in on Frostline and overwhelm. Here we'll see if Shin is also looking to do the same. We shall see. As it is going to be that Stargate opener out of Trigger. Now, every game so far in this series, Trigger, he has gone for the same build. He's gone Stargate into 3rd base, double Oracle into earlier Twilight Council into Blink. We did see on Frostline that Trigger, he was willing to go into Glaives, but again, once he saw the Roaches, he did get out of that. And I would imagine that Shin this time will not skip Roaches. As a reminder, on ley lines, he did skip Roaches going straight Ling Hydra. That's also why he was vulnerable to Trigger. On a map like this, we expect Roaches. So far, 1 drone goes down, not bad. Lings, they do get across the map, likewise getting some probe kills. The boys are being pulled. Trigger out of position. That's a lot of mine time. A lot of damage done already. So much more successful Ling run by, does scout the tech. Denies mining time, gets 1 probe kill, and going for another. Oh. Not quite getting it. As more Lings get across the map. Camping the 3rd base location and just containing Trigger. And from here, Shin can drone. Shin is droning, getting spores. There it is, Twilight Council before expansion. Now again, this does scream at Glaive Adepts, and we do see the Oracle moving out. And just like on Frostline, I would imagine that Trigger is trying to search for tech, trying to figure out what's going on. But this should be Glaives here from Trigger. He does dip in between the bases. Hitting the 3rd. Getting 1, getting 2 drones. 2 workers go down. Shin, he does get eyes on the 3rd base, and he can force a cancel. Uh-oh. He can, and he will. But on the one hand, it may not matter here because we're banking on more adepts. There it is, there's a cancellation. Forcing Trigger to be that much more committed. And show us that upgrade. Just as a reminder, there's no Baneliness, there's no Roachhorn. Roachhorn just now begins here at the 5-minute mark for Shin. And Trigger, he has the money for it. Where's the upgrade? Where is the upgrade? There it is. Now, this is a little bit late. Despite getting a really early Twilight Council, Glaives is delayed. So Trigger, he was distracted by the harassment at the 3rd base. Likewise, harassing across the map as well. So this is going to hit late, slightly later than usual. And every second count. Every second does count. Shin, he got a late Roachhorn, but if the Adepts hit late, then the Roaches are going to come out in time. So like timings here in StarCraft, they're so crucial. Every second does count. Lings, they move in once again, they get a surround. There's no shield battery, Oracle's out of position, Adepts are going down already, and more Adepts get revealed. And now he knows. Now he does know. This is a big tell here, seeing all these Adepts. Doesn't deny the 3rd base, but now he knows to make Roaches. Roaches are on the way. Shin, he sees everything he needs to. And now Shin is just fixated here on Ling Roach production. And what's scary is that he can turn this defense into an offense. We spoke earlier about the size of the map, and you can see here that Creep is already halfway across the map, encroaching upon the 3rd base. These Adepts, they have to get damage done, and there it is. We have confirmation. Shin, Overload Speed. Overload Speed is on the way here at the 3rd location. What does that mean? That means Drop Lord counterattack. That means once Shin defends, he's going for a massive all-in. For now, he does zone away the Adepts. This is basically an alternative of like Roach Speed, which you don't need on this map. As we mentioned, because it's so small, like Roach Speed is unnecessary. He gets us around, forces the recall. And here comes Shin, here come the Dropper Lords. So Dropper Lords on the way, Ravagers on the way. Shin, he's not droning, he's going for the counter all-in. Cutting workers at 50, that is less than 3 base saturation. And these adepts have not done enough. They have not traded well enough. Here comes Shin. Now the Oracles, they may scout this ahead of time. Never mind, they race back home. They race back. We have cannons, we have shield batteries on the way. Trigger, he's getting ready for the counterattack. But it's going to be a tough hold here for Trigger. As he's stuck with some Glaive Adepts. He has 3 Oracles, true. Queens, they do come in. Up! One Queen goes down. Flash Transfuse. Queens are being charged one after the other. Oh my god! Wow, they almost killed the Overlord. But so far, nice control with the Oracles. Lings, they're running out. And Shin, he's not quite breaking through, but he does get into the mineral lines. Yeah, Probes are going down to the natural. Probes going down to the main base. Lings, they're wreaking havoc. Ravagers, they don't break the third, but everything else is falling. Oh, as we get a full surround on the Immortal. Yeah, the Immortal goes down. Oh, Oracle gets caught by Biles. And Shin, he's done enough. He doesn't kill Trigger, but he gets 18 probes. 18 probes, he gets an Immortal, gets an Oracle. He pulls back home. And now Shin is droning. Shin, he's droning up, he's saturating. We have a Hydrogen on the way. Evo Chamber on the way as well for upgrades. What is Trigger left with? He does survive with 2 Oracles, and he can try to counterattack with this. Oh, there's still a Queen. The Queen is still in. Oh no! Get out of here! Come back home, Shin. Not like this. Oh god. Queen is racing back. And Shin is knocking down these rocks to go for a second assault. As Shin is up to 60 workers. He's getting a decent drone count. The rocks are falling, Hydras are amassing. And I would imagine that Shin is getting ready for a second wave. See Trigger throwing down more side defense. Oh my god, we're going for more drop. Jesus. Now with all these drop lords, Shin, he may decide to go for a drop into the main base. He can bypass the third and go into the main instead. Main base, I mean, that's where all the production is. Forge, Stargate, Robo, Temple Archive, Storm is on the way. Yep, here we go. Drop lord into said main. And we'll see if he goes unscouted. Shin is moving in. And ideally he wants to distract. And so far, Trigger is looking pretty well fortified here at the third. But Shin is not hitting the third base. Oh, for now it slips in. Takes down the Zealot, takes down the cannon. Going for the Immortal. Again, he's just buying time, keeping Trigger busy. Adepts, they get across the map. Lings, they bust into the main. They bust into the main base. Probes are going to be falling, and Trigger, he's just stuck at home. He's just stuck at his third. Has more economic damage. It's getting brutal here across the map. But Adepts, they do wreak havoc. They do get some drone kills, but it's not going to be enough. Not enough. Shin, he defends. Shin, he attacks. Kills the natural. Still in the main base. Came to the production. And Trigger, he's stuck. He just can't move out. He cannot move outside of range of the side defense. And Trigger, he's just being pulled apart here. He just cannot defend his main. Losing another 17 probes, and now Shin can rotate, and now he can actually push in towards the third. I mean, he doesn't really need to be honest. He can just get back into the main. Behind this, Shin is droning. He's droning, saturating, +2 is on the way. From here, we can throw an Infestation Bit into Lurker Tech. Going for a Baneley Nest. Going Ling Bane Hydra. Shin is getting ready for another drop. This time with Hydras. Dropping into the main. Trigger, he still has a lot of storms banked up. He hasn't used any yet, unfortunately, but he's got a lot of storms. And Shin, he's about to max. He's about to max out, and soon he can just roll on in with his mass Baneling. Baneling speed is on the way. Baneling is now morph in as well. This time Trigger, he's in position in the main. This time he's ready for the drop. But at this point, it's just a numbers game. At this point, it just comes down to the supply. Because Trigger has lost so many workers and just so much in the lead up to this point, he just cannot keep up supply-wise with the army of SHIN. Economically either. Where SHIN, he can engage, he can trade. SHIN doesn't have to kill, he just has to trade with the army, and then he can remax. Meanwhile, that's a lot of stasis traps. The power of energy overcharge. Ay, ay, ay. So many. Okay, is there a chance? Can Trigger defend if we get the perfect stasis traps here? Maybe, maybe. And the storms as well. There's potential. If SHIN takes all the stasis and storms to the face. But even then, it's not a sure thing. Ay, ay, ay. SHIN rotates over, baits out one of the stasis traps. Should recognize there's more on the way. There we go, jump into the main. Is cleaned up. Nice storm. Trigger, he defends. Now the stasis gets baited. Oh! Another one going off. Better connection. Storm of the Bailings. Bailings, they get shut down. They do not connect. Strong start here for Trigger. Does have a strong start. So far, so good. SHIN baits out of stasis. There's what, like 5 left? He's working through them. Storms popping up. There's still plenty more storms as well. And Trigger, he is slowly closing that gap. At one point, Trigger, he was down 80 supply. Now down 60. And he's slowly catching up. Oh, taking this base is ambitious though. Yes, that is not going to happen. Bailings, they roll in. Where's the side defense? Nice storm shield on the Ling Bane. Very nice, but the base is denied. Oof. Once again, though, he's adamant about taking it. Once again, nice storms onto Bailings. Hydras as well. The base is killed this time, not cancelled. Brutal loss there for Trigger. But again, you can see how difficult it is to take this expansion, as you can attack from multiple angles. Likewise, Trigger doesn't have any side defense here either to defend the 4th. So SHIN, he wants to fight at this 4th base. Meanwhile, Trigger getting a fleet beacon. Fleet beacon is on the way, getting to Sky Toss. Mothership has begun. SHIN moving in. All that SHIN needs to do is just deny the expansion. Bailings. Oh, they take down one High Templar. One Templar finally goes down. Almost gets an Immortal. Cancel the expansion. And Bailings, they will get potentially, yeah, they get the Archon. Archon goes down. Second Archon as well. And these are more efficient trades here for Trigger, true, but he just lost 2 Archons, he lost 1 High Templar, he lost 1 Immortal. And losing a handful of units here, it means that much more for Trigger. And SHIN, he can just remax. He can just remax, he can do that again. And he also denied the expansion. He denied the Nexus. Trigger expanding here towards the left-hand side instead. Oh, SHIN, calm down. It lunges in. There's no base. Calm down, but calm down. Now SHIN looks like he's going to rotate, so thankfully he will confirm the location of Trigger's expansion. There we go, does launch in. Does force a cancel. And remember earlier how I said initially Trigger, he was down 80 supply, then he was down 60 supply, now he's down 40. Like he's like he is closing that gap. Like Trigger, he is successfully building up. Trigger, he's that much closer to maxing out. Tempest production has begun. Meanwhile, SHIN, he is working towards Broodlords. Now, even though Trigger, he is looking to stabilize and he's clawing his way back into this game, the reality is that this army is not built for Broodlords. What do we need? It's Tempest, Sky Toss. And Trigger, he doesn't really have the setup for that. Not yet. Trigger has 1 Tempest, but it's going to need more than 1. As Broodlords have arrived. Trigger, he has 8 Stalkers. And that's the only real way to deal with those Broodlords. There we go, 1 Tempest is here. 2nd Stargate's on the way. Supplies are evening up. Broodlords are revealed. And with these Broodlords, the base is going to be denied once again. He'll lose the expansion. Storm's coming in. Zoning away the army. High Templar exposed! Oh, good. One High Templar goes down, and 1, 2, 3 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the Broodlords, they punish the High Templar, they punish the ground army. And Trigger, he does plummet in supply. He will lose the expansion and lose some very key units. That was how many High Templar? That was 5. 5 High Templar going down. Yeah, brutal losses there for Trigger. And again, that's the power of the Broodlords, the power of just the greater tech here from SHIN. Trigger trying to hang in there. And again, if SHIN hadn't teched up into Broodlords, if SHIN had committed into Lurker tech, for example, then Trigger would have probably expanded. He probably would have been able to hold on to that base. But alas, a Fungal goes up. Corrupt is moving in. The chain Fungals as well. Locking down the Tempest. He gets 1. He gets 2. And both Tempests get picked up. All the Hydras, they melt. But Broodlords are moving in. And the Broodlords, they reign supreme. Even with every Hydra falling, there's still just no answer to the Broodlords. There we go, final Tempest falls. And SHIN has done it. SHIN, he has finally done it. He has broken Trigger. It took quite some time. It took a long time to break Trigger on 3 bases, but he pulled it off. Did pull it off. We got to the Broodlords. Takes down the Immortals. And the only thing left here is the Mothership. 1 Mothership, 1 Tempest. And a bit of Copium. A little bit. Hi, hi, hi. There we go. Fungal on the Tempest. Does reveal it. Tempest goes down. GG gets called. And SHIN, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead. Again, SHIN, he had a very strong start. Winding it back, I mean, it happened, what, 15 minutes ago. Trigger did open up Glaive Adepts, if you recall, but as he was attempting to get into Glaives, his third base was cancelled. He was forced to cancel the third base. It was a brutal loss there for Trigger. On top of that, he was forced to reveal his Adepts early on as well, and once he did, we saw that SHIN, he was, as soon as he saw the Adepts, as soon as he saw that it was going to be Glaives, bam, instantly, Overlord Speed. Pneumatized Carapace. Overlord Speed. It meant that one, SHIN was confident that he could defend and confident that he could invest already in a future counterattack. So Overlord Speed screams Drop Lord, so he turned that into a Drop Lord counterattack after the defense, and with that, SHIN did shut down did push into the third base. He got into the mineral lines. If you remember, he didn't break the third after that, but he was just non-stop getting damage done in the natural and in the main base with Ling Round buys, and of course with Drop Lord play as well. GG. GG, well played. So again, SHIN, he was able to punish the Glaive Adepts very, very hard here. And we'll see if Trigger can bounce back. Ooh, as we load into the largest map in the map pool, I'm a little bit surprised this made it through the vetoes, not gonna lie. We're gonna be loading into Neon Violet Square. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. Loading into Neon Violet Square. Perfect scout. Yeah, exactly. He again, the scout and the tell, if you recall, was that Trigger, because of the Ling aggression at the third base, he was forced to reveal extra Adepts, and seeing those extra Adepts was the tell. It was the tell so that SHIN now knew what was happening, and then bam, Overlord Speed. And here we go. We're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, or bottom right-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series. Can he force the ace match? Representing Basilisk, it is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 2-1. One game away from claiming the series, it is SHIN. Gonna lead Lurker to break a 3-base toss. That is not true. If SHIN had gone into Lurkers last game, that would have been better for Trigger. As we were trying to emphasize, because Trigger was going into a very heavy ground army with Mass Immortal, Archon, Storm, Lurkers would have fall into that. And as you mentioned, Trigger, he would have successfully gotten his 4th base. The Broodlords there was the nail in the coffin. Trigger, he couldn't afford Sky Toss. As you saw, he only had 1 Stargate, really making a Tempest at a time. So fortunately for Shin, like going into Broodlord tech was the correct call, was the best thing he could have gone for. If he had gone into Lurkers, then there was a higher chance that Trigger actually stabilizes, which would have been crazy. It would have been a much higher chance. But with that, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into our game 4. Let's go. Let us go. Now, when it comes to Neo Violet Square, this is the largest map in the map pool. Because of that, very long rush distance by ground, it is easier here to actually get your 5 base setup as well. We have a pocket base that you can take as a 3rd, 4th, or a 5th base. You have your secure natural, you have your secure 3rd, and you also have this low ground expansion as well. Now, on the one hand, this base is a little bit more exposed, especially when these rocks get knocked down. That is true, but because of how fortified all these other bases are, you can actually pretty easily rotate your army between this low ground base and the high ground base, especially when talking about Sky Toss. So Protoss players, they do have, or defending players I should emphasize, whether it's Protoss or Terran, do have an easier time holding on 5 bases. The 6th base, that's where things get a little bit shaky. This 6th base here on the left, or the northern 6th base, are a little more isolated, and that is where players can struggle to really take that expansion and get into, you know, an even later game. But for the most part, Protoss players or Terran players or defending players can quite securely get a 5 base economy and max out. Because of this, I don't expect Clave Adepts. I do expect Trigger to play the long game and play the late game. This is the reason why we often see vetoes on Neo Violet Square. We often don't see this map, which is why I'm shocked to see that we actually have this map. We cast this map maybe, like, we cast on a daily basis twice a day, every single day here on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast this map like maybe once a month sort of thing. Like we, like this, it's a rare sight. It's a rare sight to Neo Violet Square. So I appreciate it. I appreciate that we get to see it here, as we rarely get to experience this map. It is a rarity. As we do have our Stargate opener here out of Trigger. We could open Stargate into Void Ray, into like second Stargate, into Fleet Beacon, for example. We could open up, oh, speaking of Void Ray, not quite Void Ray, but the same goal, Phoenix. So this is already a good start here for Trigger. Phoenix opener, what does this mean? This means Overlords are going to be hunted down. This means that Shin is going to be in the dark. Now, the difference between the Phoenix and a Void Ray, of course, is Phoenix is faster, so you can zoom across the map and try to shut down the Overlords a little bit quicker here. As Trigger, he goes straight for his 3rd on location. So very greedy here, but Trigger goes for the pocket base, so Trigger, he can get away with that greed. Shin back at home, hatch gas pulls straight into a 4th as well, so both players are being greedy. Again, it goes both ways, where the map is large, the map is defendable, so typically games on Neo Violet Square, they're very similar to Radis's Station. If you remember from a couple of years ago, Radis's Station was also very similar, where it was all about just cutting as many corners as you can early on and being as greedy as possible. It's similar in that way. So it's all about that greed. Evo Chamber on the way for Shin. This tells us that most likely Shin is going to skip his Roach Warren, going into Ling Hydra. And yep, there it is. So it's going to be Phoenix into double Stargate and Fleet Beacon. Like, this is very standard on Neo Violet Square. Now, because of this, Shin, I'm sure this is in the back of his mind. Just because this is standard on this map doesn't mean it has to be Sky Toss. So Shin, he still has to piece it all together. I mean, that's why you do want to open up Phoenix in such a way to keep the Zerg player in the dark as to what's going on. Because it could be Sky Toss, could be early charge timing, could be Blink Stalker, could be anything. So it's on Shin to piece together what the hell's going on. As he moves out with his Ling. Oracle will threaten the bases. Oracle does confirm the early Evo Chamber, so now Trigger knows. Now he's aware of the Ling Hydra. Or he's a little bit more aware that there's a higher chance that would happen. You are rushing into the mothership already. Wait, what? Interesting. So we're going for a mothership rush first, before even the second and even first carrier. Okay. I see you. Do we have anything at home to defend? We have a couple of slow lots. The gold base is spotted. Shin is being even greedier here, rushing into the gold. Lings are going for the surround, but the shield battery is done in time. Whew. And shield battery will support. Now, with this early mothership, I feel like this tells us that Trigger most likely is going to push earlier. He's going to go for an earlier move out. And we'll see if he can break the gold. As Shin is being very greedy here, just heavily droning. Getting up to 80 workers with the gold base is going to have a boosted economy. Meanwhile, Trigger throws down 2 more Stargates, so he's getting up to 4 Stargates. And Trigger, he's aware of the base. I don't know if he can punish this. Not with the ground army. I mean, the carriers can help support. Like, Trigger, he knows that there's a lot of pressure on him to try and deny the gold. But I'm not so sure he can. We'll see. Here we go. He's moving out. Alright, so what ends here? So looking at the unit setup here, we have 6 queens and we have 10 hydras on the way. Hydras aren't the best unit against Skytoss, but here they're going to be good enough. As there's only going to be 2 carriers. So 2 carriers, that's not enough to overwhelm a group of hydras. It's still going to be a clutch defense here. Spores moving in. Queens are pushing forward as well. And so far going to be 10 hydras. If we had charge, then I do think that Trigger could break this, but without charge, I mean, the Gateway Army is a little bit negligible. Yeah, Hydras move in, Greater Concave, Lings, they surround the ground toss. Nice cloak. The army can back away, but Shin holds. Shin, he holds. Again, he had plenty of Hydras on the ground. Now, what's important here is that Trigger doesn't lose any Skytoss units, so he backs off, he gets away. He's making 4 carriers out of that's crazy, by the way. That's a lot of carriers. Again, you don't really need Tempest this early on. I mean, Tempests have their value, don't get me wrong, but carriers, they can allow you to be more aggressive sooner. Tempests are required, of course, once the Lurker count gets up and once the Broodlord count gets up. Like, once the Zerg player gets into siege units, that's where Tempests have a lot more value compared to Carrier. They can be more cost efficient, but early on, Carriers, they have a lot of power, they have a lot of strength. But at this point, if the game goes on any longer, what do we have? Hive is done, Vipers are on the way. Trigger, he currently has no support for his Skytoss. He currently has no Temple Archives, and he's still going pure carrier. This feels very all-in. This feels very all-in here from Trigger. It sounds weird to say because Trigger, he's on a 4-base economy, but basically Trigger, he doesn't really have a lot of longevity in this game with High Templar, with Storm, with Archon, with ground support. Like, going mass carrier like this feels like he wants to end the game soon. Feels like he just wants to go for one, like, big push. Because this doesn't scale amazingly. And again, against mass Hydra, this can still work. This can still work against mass Hydra. This is where, honestly, Infestors would be really valuable. Like, Microbial Shroud is a bit of a meme, but remember, Microbial Shroud was buffed the last patch. For those who are unaware, Microbial Shroud now sticks to units. It now sticks to units for a couple of seconds. So you can spread your Hydras, and the Microbial Shroud will follow the Hydras as well. Meanwhile, Shin is moving in. Shin does move in. Vipers coming in. They do abduct. They get 1. They get 2. Yeah, 1 carrier falls. The other barely not. Up. There we go. He gets a 2nd. Yeah, he gets a 3rd. And again, the carriers are a little bit too close here, but they do break through nonetheless. As you mentioned, you can kind of brute force your way through with mass carrier, and he does do it. And again, no Microbial Shroud, no Infestor. The mass carrier does overwhelm. And now it's time to push. Like we mentioned before, this is pretty all in. Like, you have to win this fight and then just keep going. Like, right now, you cannot just, like, back off and buy more time and max out. Send it, Pappy. He has to send it. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. The Hydras, they crumble. And Trigger, he will take game number 4 and force the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Trigger does claim it. It looks like Shin, he was not expecting that many carriers. Remember, he was making, or Trigger was making 4 carriers at a time, and Shin, he was not ready for that sort of thing. He was most likely expecting a longer, later game state, a different kind of composition with ground support instead. Meanwhile, Trigger, just mass carrier, went for the all-in. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We are going to game 5. Yeah, the Invitation. He did have the pits. So he had the option to go into that. But I would imagine that based on his Viper response, based on his attack, he assumed that it was a lower carrier count. I don't think he was expecting like 4 carriers at a time, sort of thing. As here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Basilisk, tying up the series and going to the ace match. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Shin. Here we go. Was really over. He had a few dozen Hydras. As you saw, like Hydras on their own without spellcaster support against that amount of carriers, they cannot hold their own. Against a lower amount of carriers, they're fine. But without, whether it's additional Vipers to like slowly pick away at the carriers themselves, or without Infestors for Microbial Shroud, they just crumble. Like that's why we mentioned before that going into mass carrier like that doesn't really scale well into a longer game. Like Trigger, he was on a timer. Like he had to send it, and he counterattacked immediately. If Trigger was more passive, then 100%. Then Shin probably, then we can see like a longer game. But you saw that as soon as Trigger won that fight, he just sent it. He just pushed across the map, and Shin knew that he just couldn't survive that. Again, it's more of like it's like a brute force way of going Sky Toss. There's less finesse to it, you know, there's no like Tempest or Storm or Archon or anything like that. And with that, we're getting into the ace match, getting into game 5. Let's go. Whew, let us go. And again, we'll see how our players do adjust here. El Dorado is another one of those more unorthodox maps in the map pool. Depending on how our players expand, the rush distance by ground can be very short. If we see Shin and Trigger taking these triangular third bases, then things can get out of hand real fast and real quick. But as we can see, Shin does go for the linear expansion as his own natural, so most likely won't be opening up this path anytime soon. Here we go. It's also been a long time since we casted on El Dorado, I'll be honest, at least in this matchup. We see this map a lot more commonly in TVP, at least I feel, less so in ZVP. And we'll see how our players will approach this. I think the most interesting thing about El Dorado is, again, depending on where you take your third base, you can just have a very different kind of setup and dynamic. If you expand towards the south side, you have access to the gold base as well, so you have a boosted economy into like charge all-ins, for example, or very zealot-heavy compositions. You can expand towards the center gold as well, so you can be hyper-aggressive. Likewise, short rush distance by ground. Oh, sorry, I meant to say short rush distance by air between base to base. And we do see players like MaxPax, for example, going for Tempest rushes. Like you can like rush Tempest on this map and use the terrain and try to like lay siege upon this base from this cliff face. And because of the terrain, because of the minerals, like a ground army cannot touch the Tempest. So we have seen a lot of Tempest rushes here on this map, for example. I don't know if Trigger is one to do that though. We'll see. As Trigger, he is opening up the southern half of the map. Let's go. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people forget that that Infestors were buffed recently, and I mean Hydra Infestor still isn't the best composition against Sky Toss, but it is better than what it once was. As before, it was just never gotten. It was just... But I should also try to emphasize once again that a big reason why we didn't see that is because, again, I'm pretty sure Shin didn't know that it was just pure carrier. He saw the first 2 carriers, but that's not a tell. Like, a 2 carrier push is pretty standard. Even when you're going for Storm. I don't think he was quite expecting that many carriers. And pure carrier, basically. Here we go. As for now, the Oracles are moving out for some scouting information. They get eyes on the third base, get eyes on saturation. Once again, early Eva chamber here by Shin. This does scream plus 1 melee. This does scream Ling Hydra. Usually you would not get an Eva chamber this early on if you're going into Roach play. Meanwhile, we do have our follow-up here. Trigger going for the Robo. No Twilight Council. Okay. Very interesting here. So Trigger, he's going into what looks to be early Immortal production. This can lead into an early Bane to early Colossus. This isn't really lined up for an Archon drop, I don't think, because usually we'd already see the Twilight Council by now. But yeah, very interesting. This is not usual. This is not normal. It's not normal here from Trigger. So early Robo. This reminds me of a build that Showtime used to do on Altitude. If you remember Altitude, that was like what, 2 years ago. Yeah, Immortal production. We'll see if this goes into a Bay into Colossus or into a second Robo into double Immortal production. As Adepts, I do shade in, trading with the army. Getting 3 drones is okay damage. Now what's important is that Trigger, he currently has no pushing power. Like, he doesn't have any charge or blink or anything like that. He's building up his immortal count slowly over time. Trigger, he's being more defensive. Okay, Twilight Count's on the way. Not a Bay, so not Colossus. And this feels like charge into Archons. It feels like charge or Archon, Storm Immortal. As otherwise there would be no reason to build up your immortal count early on. This is when we find out that Trigger, he actually accidentally forgot his Twilight Council and it wasn't intentional. I hope that isn't the case, because Trigger has a lot of money, by the way. He has a lot of resources. I do think he could have afforded that sooner. So a little bit concerned. Okay, now going to charge. From here, we can go into a Temple Archives, in towards Storm. Yep, there we go. And yeah, this does feel a little bit late here for Trigger, which is a little bit concerning. Now, thankfully for Trigger, Shin, he is not being aggressive. He's droning, he's double expanding, getting a 4th, getting a 5th base, and he's taking up into Lurkers. Infestation Bit's on the way. This should be for Hive Tech, this should be for Lurker Tech as well. So Shin, he's taking a more economic stance this game. He has Lings on the field, that is true, but he doesn't really intend on breaking his opponent anytime soon. Meanwhile, Overseer gets a full scout. He does confirm the tech. He does confirm the early Immortal production. Shin knows. Now, the question becomes, can Shin get into Lurker Tech before the push? As Oracle's a hit top right, not bad. Getting 5 drones. I say 5, getting up to 7, getting up to 8. Oh my god. Yeah, 9 drones go down. Very nice run by. Lurker then gets thrown down. And it's going to be close. It's going to be close here when it comes to the timings. As Storm is being... I mean, Storm can be chronoed. There it is. Chrono on Storm. Shin, he might be tempted to wait for Lurker upgrades before making any Lurkers. That would be risky, to say the least. So let's catch the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Shin, moves out. Shin, he has successfully joined up to 87. Again, this is how greedy Shin has been. He's already up to almost 90 workers. And now he can focus purely on his army. And we need those Lurkers. we need those Lurkers as quickly as possible here. There we go. 6 Lurkers on the way. I appreciate that Shin, he's not waiting for his Hive upgrades. So he's building up his Lurkers already. Meanwhile, Trigger, I mean, upon expanding towards the south side, he does have access to the gold. True. So boosted economy. And we can see that Trigger, he is not pushing, he's going for a Fleet Beacon into Skytoss. And in a way, we have kind of our halves of the map, where Trigger has the bottom half of the map and Shin has the top half. Which means Trigger, he can eventually take these gold bases. It's going to be more difficult as Lurkers can punish these golds. As Shin, he's going to be the first to max out. Trigger, he can't fight out in the open. He has to be careful. Shin's moving in. He's going for the natural. Trigger, he's out of position. He does not see this rotation. Doesn't see the army. Oh. Going for the wall. There's a recall. Does recall over. He has storms. Oof. They do zone. Wall is open. Phoenixes, they rally into the army. 1 Phoenix goes down. Lurker upgrades on the way. And Trigger, he needs Tempest. He needs a second Stargate as well. Cyberport goes down. Just really awkward here for Trigger to engage, pushing into Lurkers. Shin trying to force his way through. Oh, another storm on the Hydras. Oh my god. Hydras, they get punished. And Shinny's done well so far. And Trigger going to try to break out. And we get some decent storms. High Templar are going to be falling. Extensive losses there for Trigger. He will lose almost every single High Templar. Oh, yeah. That was brutal. That was 4 High Templar going down. That was 1 Immortal. Yeah, and the Lurkers, they stand strong. They stand strong. Trigger, he lost almost everything there in that fight. He's got the 1 Tempest. But again, Shin's just forcing his way through. Just forcing his way through. Gaining more ground. The Natural's under fire. The production as well. Robo goes down. And Trigger, he just can't engage. Not anymore. He's down to 0 High Templar. Oh, no, more High Templar coming in. Never mind. No energy. And Lurkers, they just zone away the ground army. They zone away the ground army. Hydras, they bust into the main. Natural goes down. And Trigger's just been out position. He's just been out position. Here we have the mothership. It doesn't matter. No, the mothership. Get out of here. You can't get away. Oh my god, barely does. Get the slow zone off. And GG gets called. The main base is compromised. And Shin, he will break through. He will overwhelm. And Shin, he will take the series 3-2. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Shin, he was so greedy this game. As a reminder, remember, he droned up to 87 so quickly. He just heavily droned up. He cut unit production in favor of doing so, and Trigger was really passive. Winding it back, the opener was really weird to me. Remember, it was a robo opener. That means no blink, that means no charge, no glaive adepts. Because of the robo opener, it means that Trigger, he had, as we mentioned at the time, he had no pushing power. He had nothing to harass or to be active or to threaten Shin outside of the Oracles. And the Oracles, they got some damage. The Oracles did get some damage, but there was nothing else that could really be done. And once Shin realized that, if you remember with his Overseer, with the Overseer Scout, he saw the he saw the Robo, he saw the later tech, so he knew he could just drone up as quickly as possible. He droned up to 87, really like past 90 at one point before losing the drones, and then was able to very quickly get into Lurker tech as well. He had a booming economy to afford Lurkers, and again, Trigger, he just didn't really have anything to threaten Shin, and the game-winning move, of course, was Lurkers pushing to the natural. Unseen, unscouted, they're able to set up. GG, well played. So a very passive style here out of Trigger, gets punished for it, and with that Shin does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who will join him, who will face off against him in the finals? Whew. Oh boy, as we do have a TVP, up next we do have Creator versus Cure. They're going to be facing off here in a Terran versus Protoss. Again, Shin, he has some time to rest up, to get ready here for his next opponent, as we are jumping into our Terran versus Protoss. And we start where we left off, Game 1, El Dorado. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, John. Here we go. So just updating the scores. Getting that up and running, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Creator. Here we go. Creator, of course, is one of said players that is still looking to join a team. As you mentioned before, Shin, Zaun, and Hero did last week join their new fresh teams. We had some big announcements, of course, in the last week. But there are a couple of key players that are still in the backline, still waiting to join. Players like Creator, players like Gumiho, players like Classic. Like, there are a couple of key Koreans that we expect to join new teams in the lead up to EWC. We do expect it. Which ones are yet to be confirmed. As it is going to be a double gas opening here out of Cure. Double gas into a faster factory. So a much more aggressive start from our Terran player. Creator back at home. He is known for robo openers in this matchup, and we will get into it if we do confirm that. For now, just going for a probe scout, just trying to figure out what exactly is going on. What does Mr. Rubber Duck have to say about Shin Cirque play? Ah. Sorry, I missed that. He said quack. Ah. It was in a very profound way. He had a lot to say. There was a lot behind that quack. Este Duck. Exactly. Crazy. I like that Shin has been diversifying. He used to be a 60 drone all-in guy. 100%. Like, if you're watching Shin, even December of last year, like a couple of months ago, like Shin, he was very much so 3-base all-in. He was where Solar is right now. Like, if you watch Solar in the month of March, Solar played a lot. He played a lot in March. He played in a lot of Urban Cups, and every ZVP 3-base all-in. Just every single one. To be fair, he would diversify when it comes to what kind of all-ins, but every game. And he beat Max Pax. He beat Max Pax doing that. He beat Hero doing that. Like, he had a lot of success in March. Coming into April, he has slowed down, and we've seen Solar start to macro a little bit more. But yeah, Solar, he had a vendetta in March, man. It's crazy. Just non-stop all-ins. He just had it up to here with Protoss. He was done with it. As Curie, he does head into the main, getting a couple of probe kills. Gets one, gets two, so far, not bad. Getting up to 3. 3 workers go down for 2 Reapers. Not the worst trade here, as the Hellion does dive into the main base. Meanwhile, we have a Tech of Choice. If you recall, at the start of the game, I mentioned how Creator, he is quite fond of Robo Openers, and we were like, we'll get into it if he goes for it. There it is, Robo Opener out of Creator. This is very common for our Red Protoss. I say common, this is not common in PvT in general as a whole, but it is common for Creator. It's just a very safe way to play. Very safe. And then also a Robo Opener does lead into early Immortal production, can lead into early Colossus production, and can also allow you to get early Observers, as you can see. Just really safe, allows you to scout across the map, and if your opponent's being overly aggressive, it allows you to reactively make Immortals as well. The downside, of course, is that you don't really have any way to harass your opponents. It's similar to what we saw kind of at a Trigger in the last game. Similar, not exactly the same, in this matchup. But as opposed to a Blink-based opener or Phoenix-based opener, Creator, he has nothing to harass. And Cure, he does move out across the map. He's got his 2 Widow Mines, 4 Marines. We did take note of the early 1-1-1, sorry, the early double gas into an earlier 1-1-1 into this drop. So far, Creator is keeping up. Creator is in position, warps in an extra Stalker. Curie does commit, boost into the mineral line. And Creator, he should pull away in time. Oh my god. Whew, does focus on the first Widow Mine. Very close, very clutch. Again, that's the power of the Observer. Yeah, the Observer does siege. With that, 2 probes go down. Oh, Mine Shot here on the Stalker. And Creator defends. Creator, he does defend. Coming in with Intercept. Oh, can he reach? He can. 1 shot. Oh my god, he's so close. Barely not. Yeah, matter of fact, just barely out of vision, barely out of range. But overall, Creator, he defends. He defends, he minimizes losses, shuts down the army. There is still a Widow Mine left over that can always dive back in, but 1 shot is all it takes to bring down that medevac, and the game will continue. Now, Cure, he did follow up with early tank production. You can see him setting up here. I should also emphasize another reason why we don't see Twilight Council play at a Creator is that Blink Stalker aggression is less effective here on El Dorado, as unlike on other maps, there's no blink into the main. There's no way to blink in. You can blink into the natural, don't get me wrong, but here he's set up for that. So your attack angles are limited here on El Dorado, at least more so than on other maps. Behind this, Creator claiming his 3rd, and we're slowing things down. Cake the yes, cake the proto, cake them. Cover them in cake. Also, thank you so much, Spagoots in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for half a year, for 6 months. Oh my god, thank you, Papi. Do appreciate it. Always. Do appreciate the support. As we see Cure going for some harass. I believe the Widowmine, yep, the drop just went down. Widowmine gets dealt with. We have Creator taking up, not into Colossus, into Storm instead. So Robo Opener into Blink, into Storm. Creator looking to gain map control. Alas, Curie sneaks out with another double drop. Creator, he has no vision down here. He doesn't see. Again, he's trying to contain his opponent, and he will scout the timing of the third TC, which is good. He does see that Curie is building up towards a longer game. But here in the main base, nothing. There's nothing in position. See him rotating over. Double drop coming in. Does come in. Army's ready. And Curie backs off. Curie does back off. Creator getting a little bit frisky. Does delay the CC. Delays the command center. Este password, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. El pesados. No, no, no. El patos, cara. Este password. Cálmate. Another. We are pulling back. Claiming our third base. Storm is going to be done here for Creator. So he has Storm ready for a push. And Curie's just taking up. So again, just a little bit more of a passive and slower game state here compared to what we've seen so far. Sagey. Very sage. Curie's going to push through the center. Likewise, Creator keeping up. Bearing in mind he has that Storm. He's got 3 at Templar so far. Curie making his way across the map. Creator is keeping up with rotations. A lot of this will come down to the Storms. Will come down to the engage. So do you get the missile off? Yeah, missile goes off. Massive connection. Creator has to pull away. He does force a siege. So tanks they siege prematurely. Creator slowing down the push. Missile's about to run out. So far so good. Still very tense. Oh my god, the mine shots. Mine shots that didn't quite go up. Storm comes in. Decent Storm. Nice control. Creator, he saves the High Templar. He has to respect those Widow Mines. Ghost getting caught out. Yeah, very nice catch. Getting 1, 2, 3 Ghosts. Aye, aye, aye. Massive pickups. Cure slipping up. Miss rally. Yeah, and here we go. Here comes the on siege. Creator, he collapses in. Curie has to get the hell out of here. Creator going for the chase. Coming in with the Storms. The Vikings. Oh my god. Storm comes in. Decent Storms on the army. Prism goes down. And Creator, he backs off. Tanks the siege up. Does pull away. Whew, and Cure, he gets out. He does get out. Very tense. Again, without those Vikings, the Storms would have been so brutal. As Vikings did force the unload. Speaking of, catching out a Raven. Catching out Marauders. Still better pickups here from Creator. And at one point, Cure, he did have a much larger supply lead. Not anymore. Creator is catching up. Reinforcing with more High Templar. Colossus now on the way. Brutal EMP though. Oh my god. EMP does catch out of the High Templar, no Storms, and the base is going to go down. Again, that EMP was brutal. A lot of it thanks to the fact that there's no War Prism. There's no more War Prism, there's no way to save the High Templar and protect them. Prism was never rebuilt. And Curie's moving in, he's going for the kill, going for the expansion. Again, it was very tense, very back and forth. But those were the MVP EMPs. MVP Ghost even. Oof. And Creator, he cannot push in. Not into these tanks. Observer goes down. The base will fall, the mineral line as well. And Curie just snowballing into a win here. Creator, can he hold on? He's stuck on 3 bases. Going for the, let's go. Going for the gold. Curie's maxed out. Creator supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. And the EMPs, they land once again. The EMPs are brutal. 0 Storms. As the EMPs, they cover everything. And Curie stims in. He stims, and he's looking to win. Pushing into a choke point, though, is still brutal. Let's try to break the choke point. Not quite able to. Creator, he's holding on. He's holding. Does hold the line. Creator claiming that center base. And Creator, he does hold, he does survive, but Cure still has a massive army supply lead. He's just backing off, licking his wounds, building up, waiting for 2-2, getting into a second starport. This should lead into mass liberators eventually. And I would say the Creator would be in a dire position, but he's with the gold. Does have the gold base, and the gold will help him recover. So Creator, he's still in this. It's still not going to be easy. It's still a rough position to be in after losing the expansion and a mineral line. Like, Cure is in a better position, that is true. But Creator is not out of it. He's not out of it. Creator, he does scout the expansion, is aware of the fourth. Aware of the fourth base, now building up disruptors. Cure is maxed out. Creator, not there yet. He has rebuilt that War Prism, so he has, I believe, 4. Yeah, 4 Eye Templar. Inset Prism. Has to be wary of those Vikings. Has to be wary. Speaking of Vikings, they shut down Prism. Prism goes down, massive storm. Oh my god, you have massive storms on the army. And with that Creator, he can take the fight. Yeah, shuts down the forces here. He took the storms to the face, Pappy. Oh my god. And sometimes a couple of storms is all it takes. As Creator, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. He keeps on pushing. Alas, he's running out of storm, though. He did lose all the Colossus. But that was a massive fight for Creator. The storms, Pappy. He's moving in. Colossus has arrived. Did save one of them. We'll bring in more High Templar. Never goes off. No connection. Creator is here overextending. Gets so close. Vikings, they get shut down. Every Viking falls. And down to 0 Vikings. And we have the inverse of what happened earlier, where Cure, he's just zoned away from his own third base. The third base is going to go down. SCVs as well. Cure, he's just locked into his main. Going for the drop. He breaks out. He breaks right. And he might be able to force a recall. True, he might force a recall with this. But outside of that, Creator just has a massive army. Again, very back and forth game. Cure had a very strong start. Then Creator, he brought it back. I mean, hey, thanks to the gold, there's a recall. Does recall back home. Oof. Does recall in time. Colossus goes down. He will defend. Defensive base. Never goes off. Massive connection. Oh, Jesus. Massive connection. Takes down the ghost. Takes down the bio. Even with the recall, Creator, he still just maintains control. Shuts down that natural. Shuts down the main army. We have 3-3 on the horizon. At least +3 attack. And Creator, he keeps on pushing. GG gets called. And Creator, he bounces back. And he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. A very intense back and forth. Again, Cure, he had a very strong start, zoning Creator out of his own expansion, killing the 4th base, catching out the main army as well, referring to the High Templar, I mean, with those EMPs. Like a very strong start from Cure. But Cure, he did not realize that Creator was taking the gold base. If you remember, I'm referring to the moment when Creator was stuck on 3 bases, when Cure did take a bad fight pushing into the choke point, then he backed off and he raced back home. Meanwhile, Creator, he snuck out the gold, and the gold base did allow him to bounce back in that game to at least max out and to eventually take the better fight. Did take the better fight, the better engage, out in the open, out on the map. GG. GG, well played, and with that, Creator takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Green Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. Didn't throw away those tanks. If you're referring to the tanks on the top side of the map, I feel like unsieging and pulling out was the best choice there, because if you remember, the reason why that position was broken was not because of the tanks, it was because of the ghosts. If you remember, 3 ghosts did go down early on. 3 ghosts got picked off, and after that happened, then Creator, he surrounded the position, and Curie had to get the hell out of there. Unless you're referring to a different moment. For now, though, we are getting into game 2. Getting into that second game. Oh, you mean right outside the third? Okay, okay. I was in favor of pulling out. Write that down. Where's the... I don't think we have a command on this channel. No, we don't have it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hi. Pull out. Pull out, Papi. Pull out. Look, it's hard. It's difficult. It's difficult. In the context of StarCraft. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you know, you know. For now, though, we're settling in. I'll have Creator moving out towards the left-hand side. Does keep a probe hidden, but this might just be for scouting. Just might be to avoid the initial. Never mind. I was like, it might just be to avoid the Reaper, to go back in for a second scout to confirm what's going on. It is a double gas opener out of Cure. Meanwhile, Creator, he's going for a proxy gateway. Let's go. So Creator, he is mixing it up, going for the gateway across the map. Pull up your pants. Oh no. That is a command in on my Twitch channel. Related to StarCraft, of course. Related to StarCraft. But now though, we do have that proxy gateway across the map. Now, this is designed to try to punish the low ground CC. Because of the... Oh. Hello. That's a 1-1-1. This is borderline one base all in. Cure, calm down. Okay, there's a lot going on here, and it's going to be a bit of a weird game state. First things first, 3-gate setup here from Creator, and as I was mentioning, this gateway is designed to punish a CC, to punish the low ground expansion. As you can see, there is no expansion. There is no CC. It isn't even factory into expansion. It's a 1-1-1, one base all in, going for an early starport into early medevacs, into early drop across the map. So Creator, he can't punish necessarily anything across the map here, as there's nothing to punish. At the same time, he will have extra warp ins, true. He will have extra warp ins. So aggression versus aggression. As Cure moves out. Does move out. Creator, he has no idea what's going on, by the way. He has not checked yet. There we go, he's warping in. And he's warping at depths here across the map, which means there's nothing at home to defend. Cure trying to collapse here on those center adepts. More adepts moving in. They're looking. They're hold on. Where's the CC? What's going on right now? What's happening? What are you doing? And Cure just keeps going. Just loads up, keeps going. There is nothing at home to defend for Cure. But Creator, he's figuring out what the hell's happening. He's like, is the CC just still on the high ground? Like, what's happening right now? Do we have a recall? There is. Okay, there is one recall. You can see Creator, he's massing up outside of the expansion. Does catch some reinforcements. Cure, he's moving in. There's nothing in. There's the recall. Does recall back home. Has one shield battery. But the tank has arrived. Tank will siege within range of the pylon. That's not just the pylon. Oh. They have to say shade in. They go for the shade. And again, Creator, he does have a massive amount of gateway units. Yeah, shield battery comes into play, and Creator, he holds. He shuts this down completely. Creator, he had no idea what Cure was doing. It was a one base all in, and Creator, he will clean it up completely. And with that, Cure has nothing left. He loses the tank. The Cyclone does escape, does pull away. But again, this 3-gate aggression from Creator, thankfully he can warp in back at home defensively. He had extra gateways, more than usual. And Creator, he's perfectly fine. He's perfectly safe and sound. Cure, he's in a rough position. He's like, this was basically a build order win from Creator. Like, basically a build order win. Like, blindly as well. Like, they had no idea what was happening. Like, no one had any idea what was going on. And the Creator, he rolls the dice well. Does roll it well here. Cure, he pulls the boys. It's all or nothing. I mean, he was already one base all in to begin with. Now, this would have been a different world if there wasn't a recall, right? If there wasn't a recall available, then base trade. But did have the recall, thankfully. Curie's moving in. Now, Creator, he can take the slow. Prism has arrived. Doesn't have to engage into the tanks. He just slow this down. Remember, as time goes on, he has mining, he has reinforcements, he has more warp ins, second immortals on the way. Boys are being pulled, he's going in. He's sending it, Babby. I don't think he needs to, but okay. Omega Micro saves the immortal. Tank shots going up. SCVs go down, and the tanks there exposed. Yeah, we're going for the warp in front of the army. In the face of Cure. Does warp in, breaks through that defensive line. GG gets called, and Creator, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Hi. GG, well played. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen that dynamic before, with the Terran player going for one base all in and the Protoss just being hyper aggressive themselves. Again, everything lined up for Creator. Again, the one chance that Cure would have had there is if there wasn't a recall. If there wasn't a recall, then we would have probably ended up in a base trade or a really weird kind of game state and scenario. But as we saw, Creator, he had plenty of energy at the natural. He was able to recall back home, and he had a surprising amount of units against something that Cure was not expecting because the extra gateways early on from Creator. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 3, and we'll see if Cure can bounce back. He's up against the wall, the pressure is on. What do you have for us? What do you got? Here we go. He'll throw in the Mason, force the pullback. He was all in. Throwing to Cure. And here we go, spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, down in the series 0-2. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. The pressure is on for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, leading the series 2-0. It is Creator. We go. Protoss has too many options. Don't be a clown, Pappy, don't be a clown. If Cure had gone for a standard double gas opener from Rax into Factory into CC on the high ground, he would have been perfectly fine. Like, it was Creator would have fallen behind in that instance. But again, it was just chaotic from both players. Both players aped it up, Cure and Creator, in their own ways. Cure a little bit more, because he was just one base all in. He aped it up, Pappy. But now we're going to slow things down. We're going to slow things down coming into game 3. We'll see how Cure will approach this. This time single gas. So economic opener, Rax into expansion. Cure, he's gotten it out of his system. He's like, okay, I'm going to calm things down and open up economically instead. So he's going for an economic opener. This time, Creator, likewise, no proxy. There's no proxy across the map. He goes for a gate into Cybercore. After a chaotic game 2, we're slowing things down here in game 3. Now, coming into Ultra Love, the rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter. Because of that, we might see Creator go for another Robo Opener. As a reminder, we did mention it at the start of the series, but Creator, he's very fond of Robo Openers in PvT. He's very fond of it. So we might see that once again as a very safe way to play this out. Otherwise, we'll just keep an eye on his tech of choice. Likewise from here, Cure, he does skip his SCV. Yeah, he skips his SCV scout, he skips his Reaper scout, he opens up Marine first. So Cure, he doesn't just open economically, this is actually quite greedy. It's quite greedy here, and I believe this should lead into a Hellion scout. As he is building up. Yep, reactoring out Marines, so we should be seeing a Hellion from this factory, and that's the scouting for Cure. It's very late scouting, but at the same time, Creator, he isn't really the most cheesiest of players. It is a little bit risky, because Creator, he did go proxy gateway last game, true, so he did show that he can be aggressive at times. So this is quite greedy here from Cure, but he will get away with it. We'll get away with it in the end. Meanwhile, yep, Robo Opener out of Creator. As we did mention, Creator, he's very fond of Robo Openers. It's a very safe way to play. It does mean that you are less aggressive early on, and you have less ways to try to punish your opponent. But just very safe. And as we mentioned, here comes a Hellion. Again, the purpose of this Hellion is not for damage, it's purely for scouting. It's purely to rush past the army and get into the main. Hallucination does confirm the 1-1-1, does confirm the setup. Hellion moves out, Hallucination also confirms the Hellion. And we're getting into a follow-up Widowmine drop. Back at home, Creator, he's walling up, he has the Sentry, he has force fields. The Hellion shouldn't get into the main, but we might be able to cause a distraction as we're getting ready for the mine drop. Marines are moving out as well. Okay. This is quite aggressive here from Cure. It's quite committed. As he's moving out with basically everything. The Hellions, the Marines, they get spotted. Hallucination does confirm the army is aware. And again, he's holding on to, I mean, ideally he holds on to a force field. Marines, they back off. Back off for now. Safety Immortal's on the way. Again, because Creator saw everything that was going on, he's getting a Safety Immortal just to be secure. As a Protoss player, you can skip this. You can skip this. You can try to cut corners, but Creator, again, he's playing safe. The mine drop is coming in. Third base all the way for Creator. Mine drop does hit the natural. Creator, he does hopefully respond in time. Oh, yeah, there we go. Does respond, warping into the main. And the drop doesn't get anything done yet. Cool, and the game will continue. The game continues from here. Creator, he is going for his charge. Charge follow-up, not playing Stalkers. Charge is ideal if Cure is going to be aggressive, and it does feel like he's building up towards a tank push. Tanks on the way, Ravens, 3-rack setup. Standard follow-up out of Cure. The game is, well, we're settling into the mid game. Settling into the mid game. Main army gets spotted. Creator, he is aware. Going for an immortal drop, a little bit risky here. Uh-oh. As the Prism moves out, there's no stim. Prism should be safe. Yeah, should be safe here. Nice control. Gets ideally a Marine, doesn't get much. Ooh, takes a bit of hull damage, but he does spot the push. And again, this is a very early move out here from Cure, pre-stim. Doesn't quite get the damage he was hoping for. Pulls back. Oh, denies the scouts. Nice force field. Hellion is denied. Creator is building up back at home, getting his own third base eventually saturated. And thankfully, Cure, he doesn't commit. I don't think he saw the Zealot in the War Prism, but if Charge is on the way, then you don't want to push into that as a Terran player. You don't want to move in, but take this slow. Like, Charge openers, they want to fight. Like, they want to have these early engagements, and they want to collapse on this kind of army out in the open, out across the map. Mindrill comes in. 2 probes, not bad. Oh my god. Gets 3. 3 workers go down. Medevac is very low on HP. Auto target into the main, getting up to 6, getting up to 7 probes. Very nice damage. 7 workers do fall. So very successful harass here from Cure. He races back home, he takes a more defensive stance, and he's going for his 3rd CC. So Cure is building up towards the mid game. And again, you do want to be more defensive against charge-based play. From here, Creator is working towards Storm. Oh, feedback coming in, takes down the medevac. Nice snipe. And we'll see what Creator can get done with the Storm timing. He's pushing. He's moving out. He does want to move in prematurely as he does run into the army. Pulls away. Storm is coming in. As he has a 3 High Templar. Getting towards his own 4th base. Yeah, 4th base on the way. Base on the way as well for Colossus. So Creator, he shouldn't commit into this. There is a chance that he could maybe break Cure if Cure stacks. But I don't know if we have to take that chance here. Here we go. Oh. Vikings, they move in. The Prism under fire. Forces out a storm. Ay. Does force out the storms. Creator has to get the hell out of here. Prism is under fire. And Cure defends. Cure, he does defend. Creator not quite punished for it. Almost, though. One more volley and the Prism would have gone down to the Vikings. Whew. And we move on from here. Now, what's important is that Cure, he's been slowly building up these forces over time, and he hasn't really committed to anything too intense. He's lost like a couple of Marines, lost one medevac. He hasn't really lost much here so far. And he's building up towards one big move out. He's now working towards his Ghost. EMP is going to be available. Likewise, Creator, he's building up towards his Colossus. Opening up the fourth. Spotter Zealots are fanning out across the map, getting eyes on the move out. Speaking of, here comes Cure. The Ghosts are ready. Ghosts are ready. Likewise, he has two Vikings. Not too many Vikings, what I will say. But he does them in. Oh! Templar pulls away. There's two-eyed Templar in the War Prism. So run by does hit the third, distracts Cure for a moment. More Colossus building up. Cure, he does have the supply lead, but we'll see if he can find a better angle of attack. So rotating over. Oh. Does rotate. Creator out of position. Racing on over. We get a decent storm to slow down the army. Oh, more storms coming in. Oh, but a brutal EMP. Yeah, those are the final storms. Colossus have arrived, and the storms are okay, but not amazing. Ideally, you do want more storms. Creator setting up for a flank. And trying to come in from behind. Oh. Feedback on the Raven. Creator, he can capture reinforcements. There we go, he does collapse in. Tank is going to go down. No storms on the Pyre, though. Does pull away. Has to respect the Colossus. Not enough Vikings. Again, only two Vikings. And Creator holds. Whew, Creator, he does hold on. Again, there's just no answer to the Colossus. Viking production has begun. Now a second starport into more Vikings. Again, this is just a key unit here that Cure was missing. But what he does do is preserve his army. Like, most of the bio does get away. He lost the tank, that is true. He lost some units, but does save most of his army. And Curie's already remaxed. It's already remaxed. Creator likewise backing off, going to a second Robo. Disruptor production underway. Stargate getting ready for Skytoss. He is building up. The Curator. Oh no. I like it, I like it. Get him in a 2v2 team. It's amazing. So both armies are maxing out. Both armies are maxing. From here, Cure, again, he's lacking Vikings. From there, he can go into Liberator support as well, as he's now up to 8 Vikings, soon to be 9. It's a lot of Vikings. There's going to be plenty of Vikings here. I mean, that's where Disruptors come into play. That's why as the game goes on, Colossus, they kind of fall off. They're not as valuable. They're not as efficient. They don't scale amazingly. That's where Disruptors reign supreme. Meanwhile, there's the second Stargate into the Fleet Beacon, getting ready for Skytoss. Cure's moving in. Does move in. There's 5 High Templar. There's a first Storm. Doesn't quite connect. Yeah, 2 High Templar getting caught out. Nova goes off. Nova buying some time. But only 1 Nova. And the Vikings, they shut down the Colossus. Where the Disruptors, there was only 1. We get a decent Storm. But alas, Creator gets forced back and the base is going to fall. And Nexus is picked off. Takes down the expansion. Creator, he just cannot hold his own. He cannot push in. Again, he only had one disruptor. I was trying to rebuild. The Viking count was almost reset. But now we have a little bit of range into Liberators. I mean, again, he was just so careful with his army leading up to this point. Creator, he's in trouble. He's in trouble here. Trying to find a better angle. Prism on the right-hand side. I mean, there are planetaries here. Planetaries, Widow Mines. Vision in the dead space. Valkyrie does deny the the fifth once again. Denies the expansion. I believe carriers are amassing so far only 2. Not too many. Prism gets into the main. And is going to get some damage done going for the Fusion Core. Joke is denied. Fusion Core goes down, denies range. Not bad. Range is denied. Those DTs are getting damage done. There's a skin. Pretty successful drop here from a Creator. Likewise, dives on top of the drop. Carriers are revealed. And Akir knows. Akir, he knows he needs another starport, needs more Vikings. Upgrades are saved. Now, similarly to the previous matchup to SHIN versus Trigger, Mass Carrier, this does have some potency here early on. Has a lot of pushing power. Doesn't scale amazingly, and eventually you will need Tempest. But now they can do well. Again, because of the mass Viking army that's building up, that's where Tempest is going to be necessary. As carriers are going to be so vulnerable and, of course, so much closer to the Vikings. This Creator is double expanding. Taking both bases. We're getting up to how many Vikings? 15. Jeez. 15 Vikings. And another starport on the way. Getting up to 4 starports. Creator rotating over. Again, I'm still not in love with Creator's army at the moment, but has some potential. Like Curious army split up. Mass Viking on the south side. Double drop on the right. Creator is moving in, and we're trading bases. We should be trading bases here. Curie, he will take down bottom right. And Creator takes down top left. Trading a base for a base. Bearing in mind, Creator, he can always recall. He can always recall back home. Planetary goes down. Mineralian falls. And Creator, does he keep pushing? Does he keep going? Does he turn around? He recalls. Okay, does recall back home. Does recall back home. Alas, secure, he wasn't pushing. Still very tense. Just trading one base for another. We have how many Vikings? 22! Gee. Getting up to 28 Vikings. Ay, ay, ay. I am very concerned for these carriers, as there's just a massive amount of Vikings. How many Storms do we have? 3 Eye Templar, 2 Archons. We'll see. A lot of this will come down to the EMPs as well. Like, if the carriers get EMP, then the Vikings will shut this down hard. Something if they get EMP'd. EMP here on the Archons. Notice they connect. Base goes down. Storm does zone. Yeah, Vikings, they move in. They take down one carrier. They take down another. Again, the carriers are so vulnerable to this. This is why carriers that just don't really scale well into a longer game. That's 3 carriers going down, and you just commit. And you commit in, gets another, 4, gets 5, 6, 7. Hey, every carrier. Every carrier goes down. And there's still how many? There's still 18 Vikings left over. It's crazy. Now, does he have too many Vikings? Well, at this point, there's still 2 more carriers. They just came in to reinforce, so the Vikings, they still have their uses. But we are still making more Vikings, which is my concern. We need a ground army. But the carriers, they do nothing. Oh, no. They do nothing. Oh. Let's go up. Again, the ground army is still lacking, which is my concern. Because the carriers are a non-issue. Like, they're not an issue. They all go down. This is the ground army, though. It's 1 Marine, 1 Marauder, and a couple of Ghosts. We need things on the ground, but Liberation's on the way. He's getting to his freedom. He has 20 Vikings. He may have ever made Vikings. Stalkers, they dive in. Vikings, they have to land. Nova's going off. Oh my god, massive connection. And Novas are connecting. Cure, he does hold the line, though. The Vikings, they hold. They hold for now. Chargers are coming in. And again, Cure just being punished here for overmaking this Vikings towards the end. Initially, it was fine, but he just kept going. He just didn't stop. In saying that, though, there's no expansion. What I will say about Cure, at time and time again, has been doing an amazing job here just denying bases. Denying base after base. There he goes off. But Creator is still stuck on 4 bases. He's running out of money, running out of income. And again, carriers are expensive. They were expensive. Here we go. Curie stims in. He will clean this up. He will clean this up. He will completely shut this down. Make 20 more Vikings. Do it, send it. And he will swallow this up. Yeah, Vikings, they lay behind this. GG gets called. Cure, he will swallow the forces. And Cure, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, carriers, they don't really scale amazingly into a longer game, and Creator, he just doubled down on mass carrier. He made 10 carriers towards the end, which is just far too much. The reason why Tempest are superior in that kind of position is because once you notice the Vikings diving in to try to focus on your Skytils, you just kite back. You just kite your Tempest back, and then you drag the Viking army over your ideally Archons and Stalkers and whatnot. When it comes to carriers, because their range is shorter, the distance between the carrier and the Viking is already just shorter to begin with, so it's easier for the Vikings to dive and easier for the Vikings to just reset the carry count, as they do have to just be closer in general for the fight. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We do have a series. We have a back and forth. It is not going to be 3-0. Cure, he puts a point on the board, and we'll see if Cure can force the ace match. As we are jumping into our next map, we're jumping into King's Cove. Let's go. Vikings, they do eat the carriers. Hello, 007. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran from South Korea representing Team Liquid, putting a point on the board. And can he force the ace match? The pressure is on. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, leading the series 2-1. And 1 game away from making it here into the grand finals. It is a Creator. We go. Who's going to DreamHack Dallas this year? True, there is a DreamHack in Dallas this year. Let's go. So we have an offline event in the Americas. Let's go. Wish the best to all those that are going to be involved. I do know that the NA community, when they get together for Dallas, always a good time. Always a good time. Whether it's Dallas or in Atlanta. Here we go. Creator does move out. This time we have an economic opener out of Cure, and welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the larger maps in the map pool, the 3rd largest map, third only to Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square. So very large. Likewise, does have a very defendable 3-base setup. The natural base is very, very easily fortified, as is an insanely narrow ramp coming into the natural. Likewise, because of that, you can very easily wall this area off and focus your defenses at the third. Likewise, third base is also very secure. We have a ramp coming into the third base, and the area in between bases is secure. It's secure here by the cliff face. There's no harassment in between, no way to pick off any reinforcements. So your 3-base setup here is very easy to get underway. The 4th base is more exposed, true. Like usually we see a lot of aggression at the 4th base location, whether it's this center 4th base, which is out in the open, or this linear 4th base, which is also a little bit more accessible with multiple attack paths. Likewise, you can also punish this area in between the 3rd and 4th base. So the 4th base is much more difficult. But once the 4th base gets up and running, then we often see late game. We often see like 40, 50-minute games. Just because of the size of the map, it takes so long to rotate and to be aggressive and to push out. I will say that, I was about to say that I don't think it's necessary to open up Robo on this map. On smaller maps, it makes more sense. And there it is, a Twilight Council opener out of Creator. It does open Twilight Council. So unlike every other game in this series, aside from ley lines, we can see Creator be more active and more aggressive on the map. As for the most part, he has been playing safe. Curious, scouting for proxies. Don't blame him. He's being active. Get into his own 1-1-1. Once again, going for a, I believe, Hellion Reaper Scout. No, Hellion Scout. As Reaper did go down. Secure, he has no vision. He does not see the tech. This is the first time the Creator is opening Blink. Creator does pull away. Likewise, extra gateway is being thrown down, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink at a Creator. Very aggressive here. Opening up 3-gate, I say aggressive. It's a little bit more middle of the road. Now, if he goes for the Warp Prism, then he can move out, he can warp in, he can try to punish and try to break Cure. We'll see if he does get the Warp Prism or just the Observer. So we'll keep an eye on Creator. Likewise, Cure, he's fortifying himself, getting into his own tank production. Mine drop is on the way. As Creator, he's setting up for his expansion. Yep, there it is. War Prism is going to be prioritized, so Creator, he will move out. After the defense, he will push across the map. Meanwhile, it's only one Widowmine. Akira, he has seen nothing across the map. He has no idea what's going on. He has to scout. Medevac moves in, Stalkers a deflect, and seeing this many Stalkers already is a tell. It's like, okay, most likely Blink. Hellions, yep, they spot the War Prism, they spot the Stalkers. He is aware of the move out. And Cure, he will scout the 3rd base timing.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Hydro comes in. Oh, good reaction. Nice reactions here from Creator. He can now focus on his push. Back at home, what do we have? We have one tank in the main, so one tank in the main base, second tank is on the way. We have one bunker on the low ground. Now the main base is large enough where you can still blink in and pick off depots, get into the mineral line, maybe pick off the gas geyser. Creator, he has options. But now it does check the natural. Picking up a couple of Marines. Gets one, gets two, goes for the tank. And tank does go down, massive pickup. Nice save there on those Stalkers. One Stalker goes down. Up. Losing one so far. And Creator has momentum. He has momentum. Right now, there's 0 tanks on the low ground. Has to reposition. Stalkers, they move in. They're going for the bunker. The bunker is, actually going for the tank. A little bit indecisive. Yeah, a little bit indecisive there from Creator. He fails to get the tank or the bunker. Across the map, auto-target into the mineral line. Creator blinks into the main. Gets a medevac. And he still gets some damage. Taking down the depot. Now take down the depot. Pulls out. It was okay damage. We could have seen maybe a little bit more here, but that actually supply blocks Cure. Yeah, it's supply blocked. Stim is tempting. He's going for it. One more volley. And Stim is going to be denied. Massive pickup. And Curie's stuck at home. He's stuck at home that much longer. Without Stim, he can't move out. Without Stim, he's contained. He's contained back at home. Third TC is in production. Here at the natural. Creator going for his own +1 charge. Gateway explosion. Follow up. Going to charge. And honestly, Creator is looking solid right now. Like, he's looking very comfortable. He's on 3 base saturation. Blinks back in. He wants it again. No, he's going to get it. He denies Stim. We do see it restarted, though. Okay. Clean moves there by Cure. Does restart Stim instantly. But still brutal pickoffs. Attack lab on the fire. This time it should not go down. He wants it, though. Oh, my God. Creator here overextends. Does overextend. The auto charge still popping off, getting 2 more probe kills. But Stim is going to be saved. And Cure, he holds. Cure, he does hold on. He's holding, he's surviving. Creator taking another expansion. Game will continue from here. And again, Creator, he's just able to freely saturate his bases. Storm is on the way. I will say that this is this is a late forge. This is a very late forge here for Creator, so his upgrades are going to be later than usual. That is a bit of a slip up, I would say. As usually the forge is lined up with charge, and charge has been done for quite some time. So lacking upgrades from Creator. Regardless, does move out. Storm is going to be ready for this. And we'll see if Creator can break this third. Now, Stim is going to finish in time. Likewise, there's going to be 3 tanks on the high ground. Creator, he does see this. And I'll be honest, I don't know if Creator can really break this position. I mean, a lot of it will come down to the storms. He does peel off towards the left-hand side. There is a full wall. First my shot goes up. Storm zones away. Target flying takes out one of the High Templar. Nice pick up, but the Storm and the Bio. Oh my God, yeah, the Storms are brutal. The Bio army goes down. Tanks do fall as well, and Creator, he will break this. Boys are being pulled. Now 0 tanks remaining. 0 tanks left over, and Creator, he just reinforces. He just goes to the warp in. Now he pulls away. Holds on to his High Templar. And doesn't commit. So he just backs off, doesn't commit. Robo's on the way. Colossus production has begun. Getting into double Colossus. If Kira chases Creator out into the open, Creator, he can take a fight. Moving into Widowmine's not going to be as easy. So he rotates over. We'll take a mine to the face. Still breaks down the bunker. Not quite worth it here from Creator. Bleeds out a Stalker. But again, just poking, prodding. Now, thankfully, Curie didn't lose any SCVs. When it came to that assault, he lost, what, 3 SCVs in total. That was earlier in the main base as well. So, Curie, his economy is still solid. He is contained on 3 bases, that is true. And Creator, he's freely expanding. We spoke about this earlier, but it is very difficult to take a 4th. We can see that Creator, because of his map control, he's freely taking a 4th base and now taking a 5th base. And now the inverse is true here for Cure, where Cure expanding from this point is going to be very difficult because of the map control that Creator has. Like, Creator, honestly, he should not allow Cure to expand. If Cure ever tries to, then Creator, he can take a fight out in the open. It's going to be a tough ask here to expand for the Terran. As Creator, he's still taking, getting into Disruptors, Immortals, Dark Shrine for DTs. And there's no reason for Creator to push up this ramp. Like, there's no reason. Just calm down. Getting a ninja getting a ninja, very unnecessary. You can just take a regular expansion, to be honest, but sure, getting a ninja base as well, why not? Here we go. CC is being taken. Here, going for his 4th. This is where Creator, he needs to spot this, needs to confirm. There we go, does see the CC, he knows. And you can see the army gets activated. It's go time here for Creator. He fans out. He has 1 Eye Templar in the War Prism. 1 Templar. Now, once again, Creator, he doesn't have to push into this. Doesn't have to go up the ramp. Just has to wait for Cure to push into him. Just has to park himself here outside of the 3rd. Wait for the Terran army. Speaking of, Cure, he does move out. Now it's time for Creator. Now it's time. Shows those EMPs. A decent missile on the Zealots. Never goes up. Ooh. Storms as well. We get some okay storms. Nothing major. Alas, the missile will buy some time. Anti-armor missile does connect. Creator, he rotates. So far, so good for Cure. As the missile's about to run out. Massive EMPs. Oh my god. Yeah, massive EMPs. And Creator, Cure, he holds. Cure, he does hold on. Creator, he has to back up. And Cure, he does successfully take the 4th. Whew, okay. He has made it, he has expanded. Creator, he has to calm down, as he doesn't want to bleed out too much here. Still trying to poke in. He does have 2 disruptors, true. Never goes up. Raises the army. I mean, trading here is still better for Creator. I mean, look at that bank, right? Creator, he can afford to throw away some Zealots. He can afford to trade. And just chip away at the army of Cure. Storm's coming in. Ooh, brutal EMP. EMP on the High Templar. No more storms. Again, so much of that defense came down to the Raven. Like, the Raven bought so much time with those anti-armor missiles. Like, the missiles, they just deterred the Creator time and time again. The Creator still has a bit of a better angle. No, but doesn't connect. Gee, how many Vikings? Oh my god. 13. These Vikings have been amassing. There's plenty of Vikings. Creator, he pulls away. And Cure, he's double expanding. Creator, he's also pulling back a little bit too far. I mentioned before, the Creator, he has a bank. He has to use it. What I mean by that is the Creator should be trading. Like, even inefficiently. Even if he trades out, like, extra Zealots to get, like, a Ghost here and there, a Marauder here and there, it's still worth it because he has 3,000 minerals in the bank. He wants to spend it. If he doesn't, then the bank means nothing. And now Cure, he takes a 5th base. Cure, he's getting out of hand. And Creator, he is losing his lead. He's losing his lead at this point. As Cure, he's broken free. Now getting into 3/3 upgrades, now into Liberators. Creator is in trouble here. You can see he's thinking about Sky Toss. Sky Toss is not going to be the best answer as the Viking count is already very high. Planetaries are ready. We can see Cure Spree Split. Creator, he attempts round buys, but last is going to be shut down time and time again. The disruptor count is still very low for Creator. That's the big thing that's also slowing him down. Just a low amount of disruptors. You know, Prism gets into the main, not bad. Getting some of the production. Creator, he's going to get surrounded. Yeah, he gets out positioned. Should not be here, never goes off. Going for the recall, he will not save the disruptor. Save some of his army. Meanwhile, going for another warp in. Yeah, Cure will defend. Yeah, just a very messy moment here for Creator. Bleeding out a lot of units. And here comes Cure. Cure, he has momentum, he does push forward. Does go for a couple of feedbacks. The army's in a really awkward position here for Creator. Nice Colossus swipes though. Not bad. Flanking Novas. Up. Never goes off. Nice hit. Very nice connections. And Cure, he gets surrounded. Yeah, Vikings getting called out. The Ghost as well. Very nice catch here from Creator. Cure, he plummets in supply. As he will lose almost every single one of these Vikings. Ay, ay, ay. The surround, the flank. Cure, he got too excited. He plummets 50 supply. Great. Send it. Keep going. Creator, he's maxed out. He's maxed out at this point. Takes down the Ghost. And Cure, it was impressive for him to eventually take the 4th base, take the 5th base, max out. Cure, he was in a better position until he pushed. Right? Until he pushed out. This was a brutal fight here in favor of Creator. Cure, he got caught with his pants down, Bobby. The pants were down. Oh, no. Not like this. Yeah, Planetary falls. Cure just getting turned away. Brutal Storm. Vikings get 1 Colossus. Oh, just the 1. So every the Viking falls. Now Cure, he does save the base. He does barely save the Planetary. Impressive. Does maintain his economy. But the army here is still heavily in favor of Creator as he just instantly remaxes. Moving in once. Oh, that's a crazy blink. Oh, wait. It's crazy. Blinks on in. Patience. Calm down. Calm down. I mean, it works anyway. Is far enough ahead. Breaks on through. DT's trickling in. Still a very messy fight here for Creator. Didn't have to be this messy, but sure. Let's go. As you can see, just warping in wave after wave of Zealots. Security starter steps in. Another Nova goes off. And forcing out these splits. And this time there's no Ghost. There's no Ghost. There's no EMPs. Zealots are at their full force. Likewise, limited Vikings. 1 Colossus goes down. There's still 1 left over. Never mind. It does go down to the turret, but GG gets called. Creator, he overwhelms, and Creator, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Very, very intense here. Very intense game. Cure, initially, he was in a rough position. He was contained on 3 bases. He just could not expand. Eventually, though, he had really nice army control when it came to breaking out with the Raven movement, with the EMPs, with the missile turrets as well, with the anti-armor missile, I meant to say. And Cure, after he took his 4th base, momentum swung in favor of Cure. Cure, he was in a better position, getting a 4th, getting a 5th base. But then he got too excited. He did take a good fight. If you remember, it all stemmed from Creator overextending. Like, remember, Creator, he got a prism into the main base, and then he moved out with his army, and he got surrounded, right? It was a very good moment for Cure. When Cure, he surrounded the army, he caught the Disruptor, he cleaned up most of the forces, and Creator, who was forced to recall away. And that did trigger Cure to counterattack, which was fine, but he kept going. He kept going further into enemy territory. He got surrounded. Remember, Creator, he recalled top right, so he just happened to have like the best surround possible. He was also flanking with those disruptors, and Cure, he lost his lead. He lost his army. GG. GG then and there. Creator, he does take the series, and that leads us into the grand finals. Oh boy. Does lead us into the finals here as we switch things over and catch up on the brackets. We have our top 2 players. From the top, we had SHIN. SHIN took down Trigger 3-2, went all the way to the ace match. It was a very intense back and forth. Fun fact, SHIN has played nothing but Protoss. SHIN, he took down Zaun in the first round, took down Trigger in the second round, and SHIN is up against Creator in the grand finals. Meanwhile, Creator likewise took down nothing but Terran, took down Gumiho, took down Cure, and now up against SHIN, now up against a Zerg in said grand finals. And when it comes to these finals, we just had best of 5s. This will be a best of 7. Oh boy. Best of 7 grand finals here between SHIN and Creator. Oh. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be going for a small break. We're going to be having a short break here. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we'll have that best of 7 ready for you. See you soon after the short break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying that lovely brutal OST as we've returned. We returned here with the grand finals of LiuLi Cup 36, day number 2. Again, it's been 2 days of intense StarCraft quarterfinals into semifinals into grand finals. Here we go. We have our top 2 players. We have our Zerg, we have our Protoss. Both players, they did go the distance. They had some intense semifinals matches, and now they are ready for a fresh best of 7. Let's go. We don't often get to see many best of 7s or even best of 9s, but we have them here featured for you in the grand finals. We have our ZVP. Game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, who just took down Cure in the semifinals and now facing off against his first Zerg player of the tournament. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, facing off against nothing but Protoss throughout the entire event, taking down Zaun, taking down Trigger, and now up against Creator. It is SHIN. And as we settle into the grand finals, a big shout out to Rodin18 for subscribing for 18 months, over a year of support. To God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing during the break, and also thank you so much for subscribing to Mito in the chat for subscribing for 5 months, almost half a year of support with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we have found ourselves again in the grand finals. Has been an intense 2 days of StarCraft. And we'll see how Creator can differ from the other Protoss players. Can Creator succeed where Zaun and Trigger otherwise failed? Of course, it is going to be a longer series as well, going to be a best of 7. First to 4. First to 4 will claim the win. Also, very quickly, a big shout out to LiuLi, big shout out to Saber for, of course, hosting and organizing this event. For those that are unaware, the LiuLi Cup is a regular invitational tournament, but every time there's a LiuLi Cup, it's a different format. Like sometimes it's like a best of 9 show match between 2 players, sometimes it's a GSL group, sometimes it's like an 8-player bracket, sometimes a 4-player bracket, sometimes a 16-player bracket. It's not the most consistent when it comes to formats, but regardless, you know, they do host events and host these invitationals on a regular basis. So big shout out to LiuLi, big shout out to the Chinese scene and Chinese community for making this event a reality. So do jump into our first game of the finals. Just catching up. Been a while since I had this available. Usually goes to either you or Pig. Oh, thank you, Miro, thank you. Gracias, papi, gracias. Do appreciate it, do appreciate it. Always, always. So we are building up. Far so good. From here we should be getting into our openers of choice. Stargate here into most likely Oracle. Creator, he doesn't deviate too much is what I will say, but if you remember, I also said that about Trigger. And Trigger, he had some variation when it came to his series against SHIN. And we'll see how Creator will approach this. In Creator, he's a little more fond of the quote-unquote like Polish Protoss style. I'm referring to Twilight Council into Robot, into Archon Drop, into Storm. We have seen that quite a bit out of Creator, so we might see that again in this series. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. This is a rush map. This is the smallest map in the current ladder map pool. Aggression is favored on Whispers of Gold, and if you recall, last time we featured SHIN on this map against Trigger, he opened up Stargate into Glaive Depths. SHIN scattered, SHIN shut it down, and he responded with his own Dropperlord counterattack, basically all in. As a counterattack after he had successfully defended against the Glaive Depths. So it was a very short, or I say short, the game actually progressed from there. If you remember, the game did go on for like 20 minutes. But a very intense, very aggressive game, and we expect something similar here as well, at least on the side of aggression, from either Creator or SHIN, or both. Or both. For now, Oracle's on the way. Oracle is rallied across the map. Oracle is rallied. Likewise, Natural is being saturated. So Creator is moving out. Does move out. Lings, they come in first round. They do catch out. Oh, they try to catch Adept so far. Creator does hold. Does hold, does pull away. Behind this, establishing his third base, getting it up and running. We'll see what Shin can get done. So far, just keeping up with the oracles. And Shin just maintaining his drones, maintaining his economy. Third base on the way. We're keeping our eye open here for the Twilight Council timing. There it is. Twilight Council is on the way alongside the Forge. It is going to be a standard opener here. +1 and Blink on the way. Creator, he's not flirting with the idea of Glaive Adepts. Not at all. This time, straight up standard play. Which we actually didn't really get to see too often at a Trigger. Trigger, he was a little more diverse, and Trigger, he was also going for earlier Blink timings. Speaking of, we do have an early Eva Chamber here from Shin. So Shin is going into Lings, going into Ling Hydra. This should be for +1 melee. So Shin is building up towards the mid game. Likewise, so is Creator. So we're calming things down. No early game aggression, no 2 base all-ins. Ooh, that I was not expecting. Okay, early Bailey Nest. Hello, Shin. Early Bailey Nest on the way. This could just be for safety. If Creator did go into Glaive Adepts, then Shin would be ready for that with Bailings, not with Roaches. So an interesting setup here from Shin. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Creator just keeping tabs here on Shin. Confirms no 4th base yet. This Creator's going for a Gateway Explosion. Does get eyes on the 4th. So far we are just keeping up. Lings are deflected. Lair is on the way. This Lair timing should be for the Hydra Den. We'll keep an eye on Shin. Technically, you could try to go into Mutas, but we often see Muta play on larger maps like Abyssal Reef or Neo Violet Square. That's typically where we see that. So yeah, the game is just slowing down, at least for now. From here, the next step is to see whether or not Shin saturates his 4th base. CV drones up. Meanwhile, Overlord's going down. Supply blocking Shin. Ooh, does get supply blocked. Creator massing up his army. Bay is on the way, so behind this, not going for Storm, going for Colossus. Lings, they try to engage. They do surround. Nice big up. They shut down all the Adepts. Adepts are cleaned up. Shin, he does hold. Behind this, second Robo's on the way, going into double Colossus production. That's a lot of Colossus. And Shin, we mentioned before, we expected Hydra, potentially Spire. Why not both? We have the Spire and the Hydra Den on the way. But getting all those us back. True, true. Shin going for all the tech. Meanwhile, just around the Stalkers. Very nice catch. Yeah, despite these Oracles, they do pick up a couple of Stalkers. +1 now kicking in. Now rushing into +2. Creator, did he scout this, by the way? He does get eyes on the gases. That is true. He does see all 6 gases. Do you have 1 Phoenix on the way? Into Disruptor, not into Colossus. Okay, this is a little bit risky. It's very risky. Okay, going for both. You know what? You know, Shin, he's like, why not both? Creator, he's also like, yeah, why not both? True. Just Colossus and Disruptor at the same time. Why not? Now it's only the one and only Phoenix. He's not making additional Phoenixes, so just 1 as a deterrent. This is reminding me of Master versus Eric, for example, where Master does often make blind single Phoenixes. As that is going to be 12 Mutas on the way. Shin, I believe he has not invested into any Hydras. He has the tech for Hydras, but he hasn't made any yet. Just purely Muta. Hallucination comes in. And the Hallucination will not scout the tech, will not scout the Spire. Creator, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. He is vulnerable back at home. We have a Cannon Shield battery in the main base. We do have, yep, side defense on the way here in the natural, in the 3rd as well, already ready. He's not making any more Phoenixes, but if it is going to be Muta play, he's ready for it. As Mutas, they dip in. Stalkers, they reinforce. And so far the first Stalker does survive, does blink back. Likewise, now we react with Phoenixes, 2nd Phoenix in production. And now, of course, Creator, he knows. Now he's aware, so far losing 9 probes, not bad. Now workers go down, not bad damage here for Shin. He pulls away. And remember, he does have tech ready for Hydras if need be, but no, he's doubling down. Oh my god. is making 5 more mutas and getting to +1 range, or +1 air attack. So SHIN, he's committing to mass muta. It is a little bit difficult to pull this off against Blink Stalker based openers because there is a lot of anti-air. There's a lot of Stalkers, and now building up more Phoenixes. Oh, does get a free Stalker, not bad. Going for the sentries, gets 1, gets 2. Once again, very nice pickups here. Creator having a hard time keeping up. More probes going to be going down. Cannons are not quite in position, not to defend the mineral line. That's going to be another 5 probe kills for what? 5 probes for 3 mutas. That was also the sentries, also the Stalker. Not a bad trade for SHIN. Bearing in mind, back at home, he's freely droning up to 81 drones. He's on max saturation and still just making pure muta. Now, how many Phoenixes? Only 3. Only three Phoenixes against 24 mutas. 1 Phoenix goes down. Down to 2. 2 Phoenixes left. Going for the cannons. Diving in, takes out another Phoenix. The Creator is getting pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. He doesn't have Storm. Oh, no Storm. Archons are morphing in. SHIN tempted to trade. Behind this, taking up into Lurker tech, so he's switching out of mass muta into Lunkers. I mean, he's still making mutas, don't get me wrong, but he's taking up. He's taking up, getting ready for a Ling run by. Massing on more mutas. The Zealotay spot the Lings. Nothing here in position. The base is exposed. Creator, he's racing over, trying to at least. Never goes up. No major connection. Lings, they collapse on the army. And the base is going to go down. Mutas are coming from behind. They take down the Colossus. And without Colossus, the Creator, he has no pushing power. Oh! Gets 1, gets 2. Takes down both Colossi. Takes down the expansion. 13 probe kills. Creator, he's being forced all in. At this point, he may just have to push. He may just have to send it. He has a decent amount of Archons. Behind this SHIN, he's building up towards Lurkers. He has Spine Crawlers to buy time. Yeah, SHIN is fine. He's perfectly fine here. Again, he has 0 Hydra upgrades, but he doesn't need them. He needs Lurkers more than anything. He needs the Lunkers. Rotate towards the main. Trying to catch out a Phoenix. Goes off, Ling Hydra to defend. Again, these aren't the best upgraded Hydras. No Lurkers either. Uh-oh. Mutas racing back home. Archons getting in position. Mutas collapse on the army. Oh, they focus on the Archons. There's 1 Archon left. And GG gets called. Creator, he runs out of steam. He had no economy behind this. And SHIN takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, SHIN, he was crazy going for both tech structures, Spire and a Hydra Den. But remember, the Spire was never seen. The Spire was never scouted. Now, Creator, he was blindly set up for mutas, kind of, with cannons and shield batteries, and with that first safety Phoenix. But despite that, I don't think he was quite expecting SHIN to commit and to make nothing but mutas. He just doubled down on mass muta production, and he was able to just pull Creator apart. Creator just had a really hard time keeping up, and he just let out too much. Like, probes after probes are going down, Phoenixes getting caught out, Stalkers getting caught out, everything really. GG. GG, well played. And with that, SHIN, he will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Creator can bounce back. SHIN is styling. He was styling towards the end. It's crazy. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series, but it's the best of 7. Plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg player himself, leading the series 1-0 from South Korea. It is SHIN. Here we go. So we are setting up and settling in. SHIN, he will go for his natural expansions, a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of SHIN. Creator setting up. Now, what I will say is that things like Mutaplay or Sky Toss are a little bit more prevalent on El Dorado. The reason for this is the short rush distance by air. As you can see here, I mean, even by ground, if we open up these mineral paths, if we open up the low ground and into the southern half of the map, the rush distance by ground and by air can be very, very short. Because that, we have seen some people try to rush into Mutas or trying to rush into Tempest. That is available, that is viable here on El Dorado. Likewise, we'll see how our players expand, as I will also indicate how we play this out. Of course, if you recall, last time we featured this map, we saw Shin versus Trigger, and Trigger, he went for a very defensive build. He went Robo Opener, he went Robo into delayed Twilight Council, into delayed upgrades. And once Shin realized what was going on, he was just hyper greedy. If you recall, he droned up to 90 or 87 real fast and real quick, and just overwhelmed. But we'll see what Creator goes for instead. I don't expect a Robo Opener. As we are setting up. Setting up. Natural being taken, getting saturated. We have our tech of choice going for a Stargate opener. So Stargate opener and a creator. Likewise, Shin, we're going to claim his own third. He does not mine through the minerals, so far no one is expanding towards the south side. Not yet. Here we go. Is taking his third. From here, we'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. Last game, Creator went for just a standard Twilight Council and Forge after third base into +1 and Blink. But we might see Creator shake things up a little bit, especially after game 1. Game 1 was crazy. It was You don't often see +1 melee into Mass Muta, but Shin got away with it. Away with it. Meanwhile, First Adept does get targeted down. Nice pickup. He gets one. The other going for the drones. Oh, ooh, doesn't get it. A clutch save there by Shin. Oracle moves out, and Creator, he will go for the linear third base. He does not open up the south side. Okay, so both players expanding towards the northern side of the map. Oracle moves in. Queen's are ready. Spore is not. And Creator, who will get a couple of drone kills. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. He will get away. Oof, just one more shot. The Oracle goes down. That was not worth it for Creator. Three drone kills for an Oracle. Well worth it for Shin. Third base now being taken. But that is a rough start. That means Creator, he has less potential to scout, less support for his army, less aggression, less everything. Oh, looks like there was a pause. There was a pause previously here. And hopefully everything's okay. From here, Adepts do move out. Back at home, there's our tech of choice. Twilight Council. We should be seeing a Forge alongside this. There we go. Twilight Council and Forge. This is the same follow-up that we had last game. So far the same build out of Creator, aside from losing the Oracle. Going +1 and Blink. Meanwhile, Shin, this time, safety Roach Warren. Remember, in game 1, Shin did go for an early Evo Chamber into +1, into Lair. It's +1 melee. Here, Shin is playing safe, going into Roach play. Don't blame him after taking a lead in the series, just calming things down. This means that if Creator was to go for a charge follow-up, Shin would be safe. Speaking of, hello Creator. God damn it. So this ideally, going for +1 and charge like this is designed to punish someone that's skipping roaches and going into Ling Hydra, or even Ling Muta, right? Just like last game. So if Shin was playing like last game, then Creator would have a lead, would have an advantage, and would have a lot of potential as he's going for a massive gateway explosion. The problem here is that Shin has the tools to defend. Now, I should emphasize that he has the tools to defend just because it's possible that he might just drone. He might just drone, he might just skip roach production. Oh, it's cancelled. So if Shin doesn't make roaches, then this can still work. For sure. It's on Shin to recognize how much danger he's in and to recognize what's coming his way. As Shin, he shuts down the Adepts, retakes the 4th. Roach speed is in production. +1 range into Spire. Okay, so it's going to be a Roach opener into Mutas. Now, this can be dangerous if Shin banks up resources. If he banks up for Mutas, then he could be in danger. Lings, yep, he sees Zealots. He does see the Zealots, he knows Roach production. Like, there's no reason to see Zealots this early on, and of course he saw the Archon as well, so he's fully aware of the charge timing. And you can see he's massing Roaches. He's massing up Roaches, pulls away a couple of Overlords. Being active on the map, more Roaches on the way. Shin, he knows. Does know he's aware. The Spire can still come into play, but again, does need to make sure he's safe for that. Things a force created a chase. Lings are cleaned up. Oracles into the natural, going for the stasis. And Shin does pull away. Good reaction. Good reaction so far. He does spot the Spire. He knows. Yeah, Phoenix production has begun. He's going to kill the Spire. He's going for the Spire itself. Charge will say move in, but the Roaches are in position. Can he kill the expansion nonetheless, though? It's going to be a little bit costly, but he will kill the base. The hatchery is going to go down. He's going to throw away his army. Goes to the recall, and he will save one. Yeah, saves one Zealot. One Zealot gets saved, and here comes a counterattack. Shinny's moving out. The Spire did survive. Did we lose the Oracle? No, he threw away the Oracles. The Oracles, they were trying to focus on the Spire. They were killed. Oh, no. So, zero Oracles left. Creator, I don't think he can save this expansion. We have Lings coming to reinforce as well. The base is under fire. Storm is done, true. Okay. There is Storm. So yeah, speaking of, Storm does connect. Storm's on the Roaches. And with that, Creator, he should clean this up. Loving the Ravager Morphins. Despite that, it looks like, yeah, the Roaches are no longer for this world. The Zealots say, get on top of the Roaches. Archons as well. You have reinforcements coming in from behind. But this is a better trade for Creator. Much better. He trades out minerals for gas. So Creator is in a good position. He shuts down the Roaches. He also killed the 4th base. He forces Shin to double expand, getting a 4th and a 5th. And Creator, he's on 82 probes. He has a booming economy. Yeah, that Roach counterattack, especially once he saw the army responding, like, that was not it. That was not it here for Shin. Shin here overextended. Creator is in a better position. And Shin now is trying to tech out of Spire, out of Mutas into Lurker tech. And that's a ways away. So there's going to be a window. There's a window in time here where Creator can try to break Shin before Lurker tech. As Creator is going for a second Robo into massive mortal production. Already being active as well. And there's going to be a tough hold here for Shin. As Creator, he's still lacking Immortals. As Immortals are still building up. Still building up. Lurker production has begun. Now, once again, we've seen this before, actually, in the previous series, but I do appreciate that Shin, he's making Lurkers before his upgrades. Ideally, a lot of Zerg players try to be a little bit greedier and be efficient, and they don't morph them in ahead of time. But again, like, Shin is in danger. He's in danger. He needs as many Lurkers as possible, even if they are Lair Tech Lurkers. And even then, it's not going to be easy. An Immortal-based army can break through a siege line of Lurkers, for sure. Depending on the angle, depending on how open the area is. Shin is making and massing as many Lurkers as he can. And Creator, instead of pushing, what do we see? A 5th expansion and a Fleet Beacon. This tells us that Creator, he's actually not moving out. Which means Shin, he will get away with this. Shin, he will survive. He will get away with Hive Tech, with Lurker Tech. Shin is going to max out. And Shin is safe. Shin, he's moving in. The Immortals are not quite in position. Lurkers, they push forward. Storms, they pop up. They catch out mainly the Lings. One Storm of the Lurkers. Now the Storm takes down one of the Lurkers. Oh my god, the Storms do blanket the army. But again, there's just so many Lurkers. They're gaining ground. And again, we can see Creator, he's investing into Stargates, into Sky Toss. Not into his ground army, not yet, which means his base is going to fall. Creator is setting up for the surround. Coming in from behind. Lurkers, they reposition. Lurkers reposition. Bit of an awkward engage. High Templar go down. Massive pickups. No more Storms. Yeah, the High Templar do fall, and Creator just a really awkward assault here. Feast is getting picked off. Where's the detection? Oh no. Okay, Observer coming in. We'll clean this up. Whew. And cleans up all the Lurkers. Creator, he does hold, but he does lose a base in the process. Speaking of bases, another expansion under fire. SHIN gets into the middle line, making up more roaches behind this. Going for the Nexus. And the Nexus is going to go down. Creator, he's out of position. He cannot save this. Another massive pickoff. And SHIN has to get the hell out of here. he has to get out. Pulls out. Pulls away. Now, there are no defensive Lurkers, but he might not need them. Against, this army is just so small. It's so small. There's only 4 Immortals. There's 3 Archons. They're low on shields. Yeah, Ling Roach should be enough. Takes down one of the Immortals. Takes down an Archon. And another. And another. They just get picked off one after the other here. Creator just doesn't have enough. Back at home, losing base after base, expansion after expansion. He's being forced all in, and this investment into Skytoss with 3 Stargates and VP, and it's not going to come into play. It's not coming into play. It's not applicable. Again, Creator, he takes up so much into Skytoss and never got there. He never got there in the end. Just a little bit too passive in the follow-up. And with that SHIN, he will shut this down. He cleans up all the Immortals, comes in for the surround. Queens, they come in as well with the transfuse. Oh, going for the Prism. Can he get it? Oh my god, barely does. Takes out the Prism, denies the warp in. And SHIN overwhelms. GG gets called. Creator, he runs out of steam. And SHIN, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Creator, he definitely had momentum in this game. He had a moment, especially after he defended against the Roach push. Like, the Roach counterattack didn't do much. Like, Creator, he was in a beautiful position after that. But remember, he, instead of setting up for a move out himself, he was teching, right? He was teching into additionally more Immortals, into another expansion, and then into Skytoss. He wasn't gearing up or getting ready for any kind of push, so he wasn't able to punish SHIN. So he failed to punish him. SHIN successfully was able to get into Lurker tech because how passive Creator was. GG. GG, well played. Was able to make use of those Lurkers before Skytoss. And that leads us into game number 3. Oh boy. We go from some of these smaller maps now into a larger map. Again, Whispers of Gold and El Dorado, they're one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Now we load into Abyssal Reef, one of the larger maps. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Oh. Down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 2-0. It is SHIN. It's still a best of 7, still plenty more games ahead of us, but SHIN, he's one step closer to match point. He's almost there. And of course, welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Not just larger map, but a very defendable map as well. It is similar to Neo Violet Square, but I would say to the extreme. Where it is a little bit smaller than Neo Violet Square, that is true, but the bases are so much more defendable, referring to the natural, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th base. And it is similar to Neo Violet Square, where Neo Violet Square, you can also get up to a 5 base economy, that is true, but there are so many alleyways here. There's so many choke points, so many different twists and turns. Neo Violet Square is very open in the center of the map. Here, it is not. Here, there are so many different angles of attack, cliff faces, choke points, different avenues, and it does make for some more intense fighting, it makes it more difficult for a Zerg player, for example, to surround and to catch an army out in the open. You can be very defensive and very turtley on Abyssal Reef. I would say probably more so than any other map in the map pool. So turtle play is favored here on Abyssal Reef. The one downside, as we have brought up in the past, is the 6th base. The 6th base, whether it's this northern 6th base or this southern 6th base, is a little more isolated, a little more exposed, and a little more difficult to defend. But your 5 base setup is solid. It's going to be solid. But I might be getting ahead of myself. If you recall, the last time we saw a ZVP on a map like this was SHIN versus Trigger on Neon Violet Square, where Trigger, he actually went Stargate into double Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Mass Carrier with quadruple Phoenix production. Oh my god, never mind! With quadruple Carrier production, and he just snowballed into a win. Here instead, we have Creator going for a Twilight Council opener. Out of left field. I kind of like this. So, on the one hand, this map does favor longer macro play and defensive play, that is true. On the other hand, because of that, there are chances here that SHIN might cut corners. If he cuts corners, then he would be vulnerable against this. If he's too greedy, if he's too lax, if he just assumes that Creator is being greedy and defensive, then he might be caught off guard and might be overwhelmed. So this is a cheeky move here from Creator. Ling Scouts. Ling does dip in, a big scout. SHIN, he does get eyes on the Robo. Massive scout, massive tell. He knows. And we should be seeing a Roach Warren within the next 30 seconds. So already SHIN, without even the Overlord scout, he sees everything he needs to. Early Robo is a massive tell. The aggression is coming his way. Oh, not Glaive Adepts, going for a Dark Shrine instead. Okay, DT opener. So this is not an all-in. It's not an all-in. This is an economic build. Now, it's a bit of a give and take here. The 3rd base is late. The 3rd base is going to be late here for Creator, but he makes up for that with an Archon drop. So DTs into Archon drop. The goal here is to gain map control, is to hunt down Overlords, is to hunt down Queens, is to deny creep, is to keep the Zerg player pinned at home, while you then take a 3rd base. So it's going to be a later 3rd base here for Creator, which means these DTs and Archons, they need to get damage done. We did mention that we should be seeing a Roach Warren. There it is. Again, because SHIN scouted, he does respond with an early Roach Warren. So SHIN should be safe, but Creator should also gain map control. Now, once SHIN realizes what's going on, which for now he's still scouting, he still doesn't know if this is Glaives or DTs. Does see the Prism, does see the Gateways, and he will confirm the Twilight Council and the Dark Shrine. He sees everything in the main, he knows. Now, there is a common response here to DT openers, and that is Mutas. Actually, 2 responses. Something that's quite common here, especially on Abyssal Reef, we could see a Muta response in the mid-game, or we could even see a Swarm Host response. Now, the reason why these 2 tech paths are more effective against DT openers in the mid-game is because there's no blink. Right, blink is heavily delayed, so your anti-air and your mobility as a Protoss army is very limited here on, against anything really. That's one downside here of an Archon opener. Ling spoke in, they attempt to delay. Prism gets across the map. Alas, the Queens do deflect the DTs, and Creator, he will now morph in Archons. I should have 2 Archons here to move in. Lair is on the way, and we'll see if SHIN does rush into either Spire or Infestation Pit. He doesn't have to take up in that direction, but those are 2 different ways to try to punish Creator. Oh, there was another pause. We had a pause in El Dorado, and looks like we have a pause here as well from Creator, so hopefully everything's more or less okay. Aye. So far, SHIN is keeping up. And as I mentioned, it's all about map control. Creator, he's picking off tumors, picking off creep, containing SHIN. Gases are being taken. We have 2 gases here at the natural, 2 gases in the main base, 2 gases here at the 3rd. Yo, that's a lot of gas. What are we going for? What's it going to be? What are we taking into? Up. As nice positional play. Nice drops. Queen gets caught out. Archon still wreaking havoc, and there it is. We have not Infestation, not Spire. It is going to be the Hydra Den. Okay, so Shin, he's playing this out in a standard fashion, going Roach Hydra into most likely Roach Hydra Lurker. So much more safer here. It does mean the creator, he himself, is safe at home to saturate, to probe up, to get up to 3 bases, to get a 4th base as well. Of course, creator has to confirm this, so he moves out with the hallucination. He has to scout. For all he knows, there could be a Spire on the way. Based on this series, wouldn't put it past Shin. So he needs to confirm. Prism towards the main. Hallucination in between. Does he scout? Oh, not quite. Very interesting position here for the Hydra Den. There we go, he does confirm. Archons dive in, they get eyes on the Hydra Den, they see it researching, he knows. From here, creator, he can seamlessly go into Storm. Actually, he's pushing out. But this is risky. Creator, he's warping across the map, he's moving in with his main army, catching out a Queen, warps in on the right hand side. Again, creator, he doesn't really have much to work with, so this is so risky here. And Prism gets caught. Oh, as the pile does connect. Oh no, has to recall. Has to recall the hell out of here. Prism does escape. And creator pulls away. Does pull away again. Very risky here. Very cavalier move by a creator. Very ambitious. Doesn't get punished. And here comes the 4th. Here comes the 4th expansion. Behind this creator, he's still been amassing up more Archons and more Immortals this entire time. He's up to how many? He's up to 4 Immortals, soon to be 5. It's a very heavy Immortal army. Now, what this means here is that even if Shin techs into Lurkers, we've spoken about this before, but Mass Immortal can break through Lurker lines. We kind of saw that on El Dorado. No Storm, though. There's no Temple Archives. Yeah, there's no Temple Archives, of course, right? In my brain, I'm like, oh, there's Archons, right? He has the Temple Archives. No. It's from the DTs. So, no Storm. My apologies. Shin pushing right down the middle. Shin, he cuts workers at 70. He's maxing out. He's going for the kill. He's trying to go for the throat. Nice concave here out of Shin. The army just can't quite engage. Shinny just maxes out, going for essentially a 3-base all-in. Like, he's not droning, he's not saturating, no Hive, no Lurker, then just pure Hydra Roach Ling. He does kite back, catching out the Archon. Prism goes down. He overwhelms. He does overwhelm. He just has far too much here. I say that the Immortals, they come in from behind. And with this pseudo surround, creator, he's holding. Oh, he's trying to. Oh, please not the Immortals though. 1, 2, 3 Immortals going down. Expensive losses here for creator. GG gets called. Creator, he will lose everything. And Shin, he snowballs out of control. Takes game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, I was expecting a longer game. I was expecting Shin to drone and to tech up. But Shin says no. No, he doesn't drone. He cuts workers at 70. He does not throw down Infestation Bit. He does not tech into Hive or into Lurkers or anything. Just maxes out on Ling, Hydra, Roach. GG. GG, well played. Who does outscale creator there? And I mean, hey, that's another way to punish. True. Another way to punish, I suppose, is to just send it down mid. Just send it back. GG. GG, well played. And now I'm concerned. Now Shin is on match point. He's on match point. One more game, and Shin will take the series. Creator, he has to fight back here, and now it's been a rough series so far for Creator. There have been some latency issues, as we saw, when it comes to the pauses, so I'm sure that doesn't help. But I'm hoping for a series here. I'm hoping that we don't see a one-sided finals. The pressure is on Creator. Stormhost is still in the game. I don't even know. Last time I saw them was in 2v2 tournaments. We casted... Was it Solar? We casted Solar going Stormhost a couple of days ago. Dark as well. But specifically, we do see them in ZVP against... what am I going for? Alright, against Archon Drop openers. Against Archon Drops and against Charge-based openers, that's where they're the most effective. We actually, I say we saw them a couple of days ago in ZVP. We actually saw them yesterday in ZVT, the Rogue series, right? Rogue versus Beyond. Rogue did go Swarmhost on Amygdala. True. If you missed out, I do recommend it. Rogue versus Beyond on Amygdala. That was during the Rex April Madness. We did see Mass Swarm host against Terran. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. He's up against the wall. He's on match point. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. Again, one more win is all he needs to claim the series and to be our LiuLi Cup champion. It is SHIN. So watching us to a middle heart of the swarm. Fair enough. I mean, I say that we saw them yesterday and we saw them a couple of days ago as well. They are niche units, like Swarmhosts. They're very niche. They do typically require certain criteria to be met for them to be viable. So that's why we don't see them too often. Very niche. And so here we go. We are getting into our fourth game. And Creator, he has been mixing it up. Like, again, I'm kind of fond of his idea of going into an Archon drop in that last game. Unfortunately, he was kind of caught out. It was a really awkward defense that he had in between his fourth base and his natural base. SHIN, he was very decisive when it came to his push. And the reality is that the Archon drop didn't really get much damage done. He killed 2 queens, I want to say. He killed like 2 queens, got an Overlord. Didn't get much economic damage. SHIN just happily droned up and just sent it from there. And clearly, Creator, he was unaware, right? He was unaware that there was an all-in coming his way. He was expanding, he was teching. Not quite ready for the assault. And we'll see how Creator will change things this time. How he will change his approach. As we load into ley lines. Ley lines, I would say, is one of the more standard maps of the map pool. It's not as there we go, Twilight Council. Let's go! It's not as extreme as one of the larger maps like Neon Violet Square or Abyssal Reef or King's Cove. It's also not as extreme as, I would say, Ultra Love or Whispers of Gold or El Dorado. So it's more down the middle. Now with this Twilight Council opener, you can see here he pulls out. He pulls out a gas. What does this scream? This screams Glaive Adepts. If he stays in gas, it would be Dark Templar. Pulling out should be Glaives. So Creator, he does shift gears. We'll see if he pulls back in. Otherwise, 2 and 2 should be Glaives. There it is. Glaives are on the way. So this is 4K Glaive Adepts. Now, as a reminder, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is an aggressive build, that is true, but this is designed to transition into a third base. This is designed to get damage done early on, to cripple the Zerg player economically, and to give yourself a lead coming into the mid-game. That also means that there's a lot of emphasis, a lot of onus here on Creator to get damage done with these Adepts. He does need to get some damage, otherwise he will fall behind. Doesn't have to kill, but does have to get some drone kills. Meanwhile, SHIN, what does he scout here? He doesn't get much vision across the map. He does have an Overlord outside of the main and outside of the natural. He is going for a safety Roach Warren though. Does play it safe. That is a what, like 3:55 Roach Warren timing-ish. He has safety Spore on the way. He's getting ready for DTs, just in case. Overlord Scout is denied. And he does not see the move out, so he doesn't know. He doesn't know if it's DTs or Glaive Adepts. He knows that something is wrong, something is amiss. Doesn't know what. He does confirm. Gets eyes on the Adepts. He's building up back at home, massing up Lings. Roach production now can begin. He's on 2 gases. Roaches are building up. He doesn't have SimCity here to wall off the natural. Adepts, they push in. We see SHIN is preserving those Lings. He zones away with the queens. Oh. Speaking of, Creator, he's going for the first queen. Won't quite get it though. Queen does survive. Prism into the main, gets deflected. SHIN so far is all over this. Roaches have arrived, and SHIN, he holds. Now it's not over yet. Creator can still catch him off guard with these shades, but for the most part, there are plenty of Lings, plenty of Roaches. And SHIN, do we go for Pneumatized Carapace? What are we going for? Now he's holding. His holding is droning up. Creator, he does race back home. And I will say the Creator is in a rough position. Now, on the one hand, he didn't lose the Adepts. True, the Adepts did survive, that is true, but this third base is so late. It's such a late third base here for Creator. He did need more economic damage. Shin from here he can drone up. Lair is on the way. So Shin he can freely saturate. He is supply blocked. Ooh, 5 overlords. That is a brutal supply block. That is slowing Shin down. But for the most part he can drone. He can drone, he can saturate. Building up his third. Once the lair finishes, we'll see if he goes into roach speed or if he techs up. If he techs up, then he might just saturate and take a 4th base and build up into the mid game. Creator moving out early on. Bold move. Now he is teching. Bay is on the way for Colossus. But he is pushing forward first. Takes down an Overlord. Shin, he's getting ready for this. Head up, say fan out. They're keeping Shin busy. Lair is done. Roach speed is on the way. Now, I am concerned here for Creator if Shin does decide to go for a 3-base all-in. If he drones up to like 66 and then gets a 4th base just for Larva, I do think the Creator will be vulnerable to that. Just because of the early game. But we'll see. Once again, Shin has been droning heavily here. Creator stabilizing, getting a 2nd Robo, double Colossus production. I mean, he should have a pretty safe setup here with his first 2 Colossus. As Overseer does go into the main for scouts, does confirm the Mass Stalker. Does get eyes on the Robo, does not see the Bay yet. I believe the Bay is here at the natural. And Shin is taking. Okay, we have confirmation. So Shin, he takes a 4th base and he throws that Infestation Bit. This tells us that Shin, he is getting ready for a longer game. He'll now have access here to a Hive or to Lurker Tech. Yep, there's the Hydrogen into Lurkers. So Shin is playing this out. He's playing this out. Shuts down the Adepts. Gaining map control. Shin can threaten the 4th. But Creator, he will build up a Death Ball of an army here. Like, he's gonna be able to get up to 4 Colossus real fast and real quick. Now, if Creator, we've mentioned this a lot here, but if Creator, if he can hit before Lurkers, he can break Shin. And I do think he intends to. Yeah, Prison moves out. He's getting up to 3 Colossus. 4th Colossus on the way. Again, this is going to be a brutal push. And Shin, he's not quite ready for this. Shin, he sees the army. He's going for a run by, going for a counterattack. Shin, he's vulnerable back at home. Can he force a recall? Does move in. Creator, he doesn't flinch. There it is, there's a recall. Recalls back home. Lingzay busts into the mineral line. Lingzay pull away, and this buys time for Lurkers. Lurker Den is almost done. Oh, catching out sentries. Sentries, they get picked up. 4th base gets spotted. And again, she's just keeping Creator busy. Lings are being cleaned up. This is worth it, though. Lurker Den, we need a couple more seconds. Here comes Creator. Creator, he might still be able to bring down this expansion. As Shin, he needs a little bit more time. There we go. Lurkers are morphing in. But they're not ready. Yeah, Lurkers aren't ready. Creator, he has a Death Ball of an army here with 3 Colossus. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throw. He takes down Lurkers. He gets 1. He gets 2. And Shin, he needed more time. He needed a little bit more time here. And it looks like Creator, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through that defensive line. There's 1 Lurker left. Lings, they hit the expansion. The Roach, sorry, they hit the expansion. It doesn't matter. That's Creator. He has detection. Does move in. Again, there's only 1 Lurker. It's not enough. Does fall. And there's nothing here. There's nothing left here for Shin. Across the map, he does kill probes. But Creator, he's killing Shin. he's killing Shin. We have 2 more Lurkers coming in. But again, there's still plenty of detection. Lurker goes down. GG gets called. And Creator, he will fight back. He puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we saw Shin. He was desperately trying to buy time for lurkers. He was going for run by after run by. Ling counterattack. It was doing damage, don't get me wrong. But Creator, he didn't care. He didn't care. It wasn't really stopping him from committing to his push. And he did break Shin just before the lurker attack. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us here into game number 5. We have a series. We have a back and forth. It is not going to be one-sided. And is this the beginning of the comeback? Creator, he puts a point on the board. Is this the beginning here of even a reverse sweep? Can we go the distance? Can we go to the ace match? Let's go. The pressure is still on the Protoss as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, putting a point on the board, but still up against the wall. He still needs to fight back here and now to work his way towards that ace match. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself from South Korea. One game away from claiming the series, from becoming our champion. It is SHIN. Here we go. Hello, SHIN. As SHIN, for the first time this series, is moving out with a hatch block. Let's go. Pull first as well. Interesting. So pull first. Moving out with his drone. Again, this should be for the hatch block here across the map. The goal here is to delay the expansion and to disrupt the Protoss. As we're waiting a little bit longer here to move in. Backing up those minerals. Creator, he has arrived with his probe. And SHIN, he will soon pull the trigger. Links are on the way. Now, I say hatch block. Because of the early pull timing, he can go for a block here at the wall, and he will. Yeah, he's going for the block. Creator, he's in a bit of trouble here. The wall is compromised, Lings are moving in, and this is not an economic start here. This is designed to kill Creator. The goal here, the pylon. Lings are moving out, more Lings are on the way. SHIN commits to the all-in. You can see Creator trying to get a wall up. The Zealot's being chronoed as we speak. Going for the Zealot. Still more Lings on the way, still all in. As extra boys are being pulled. Zealot has arrived. The hatchery taking a lot of hits. There we go. Here comes that second gateway. More boys moving down. And Lings are going for the gateway itself. And the Zealot's on the other side. Yeah, the Zealot cannot defend. The hatchery just buying more time. Here comes a shield battery, but that gateway is so low. Oh. Does cancel. Does cancel. Second Zealot's on the way. And SHIN, he's not quite breaking through this. Now, on the one hand, SHIN, he's expanding back at home, but he committed so hard. He made so many Lings. He needs to break through. He needs to break through this. He can't get on top of the Zealots. Now there's 2 Zealots. And Creator, he holds. Creator, he does hold on. And SHIN, he's in a brutal position. He has 12 drones. It was a 12 pull. It's like... Yeah, GG gets called. He cannot macro out of this. And Creator, he fights back. He puts another point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hyper aggression there by SHIN. A cheeky build, but alas, Creator, he did respond well enough. He was able to chrono out that Zealot, get a second Zealot out, and as soon as the second Zealot arrived, that was game. That was game then and there. There was no way for SHIN to break that position. There was no way for him to break Creator. Couldn't do it, couldn't pull it off. And that leads us here into game number 6. Whew, oh boy, here we go. We're getting into game 6. And Creator, he is one game away from forcing the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Protoss player. He has momentum on his side, winning 2 games in a row. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, down, or still one game away from winning the entire series here. Can he close it out here and now? It is SHIN. Here we go. Again, SHIN just getting a little bit too excited in that last game, as he was unable to break that natural. Unable to break through. Likewise, Creator sitting up here on the low ground. And this time, SHIN, he expands back at home. Does expand. take the natural. Here we go. We are setting up. We are setting up back at home here. So far, standard openers. Again, we had a crazy start to the game when it came, or last game, when I should say, when it came to the initial 12 pool, when it came to the hatch block. This time, we got it out of our system. It's out of our system. We can calm down. We can saturate. We can get into the game. We can play some StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. As it does poke in, back at home, Stargate opener out of Creator, so far so good, so far so standard. I should also point this out, just because Creator, he has gone for Twilight Council openers 2 games in a row. If you recall, he went for the DT opener and then the Glaive Adept opener. This time, we're just chilling out, going for a Stargate, playing standard this time from the side of Creator. Likewise, Shin also going for his own third. For his own third base, droning up, saturating. On a smaller map like Ultra Love, aggression can be favored. I should bring that up as well. Coming into this, the third base is relatively secure. You can knock down this tower. So you can knock down the tower, you can fully wall this area off. Likewise, we also have another choke point here at the linear third location as well. So there are some better defensive aspects here on Ultra Love. Likewise, a lot of choke points, a lot of ramps as well, a lot of points of elevation. It is a lot more common to see a longer and later game on this map in some aspects. I say that just because the rush distance by ground is still relatively short, so we have seen a lot of queen walks, like a lot of queen walks across the map, a lot of drop load all-ins. They are relatively common, I will say, or they're not uncommon, maybe a better way of putting it. They are viable. There you go. They're viable here on this map. They usually don't actually hit these expansions. They usually push in between the bases, in between the natural and the third, in this central area. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Shin. Shin, he still has a little bit of breathing room. He can still be a little bit more aggressive and take some chances and take some risks. But clearly, so far, it just hasn't been working out. Meanwhile, Twilight Council before third base. Oh my god, hyper aggression here from Creator. Delayed third base quite heavily here, rushing into what should be Glaive Adepts. So this is not your standard Glaive Adept build. This is going to be a little bit later, but can also be very deadly. As we have our Gateway Explosion. Getting up to... This is insane, by the way. Getting up to 4 gates already. Still no expansion. Still no third. Because of that, this might... We could even double down and go into something like Charge or something like that. Yep, there we go. Going into an early Prism and not into Glaives, into a Templar Archives. Into a delayed Archon drop. Okay. Ooh, this does make more sense. So this is not an all-in. Just bear that in mind. This is not an all-in. This is going to be an Archon drop opener, and Creator, he will expand. The way this works is that the Templar Archives is lined up with the Warp Prism. So by the time the Prism gets across the map, you can warp in High Templar, morph them into Archons, and drop across the map. This leads into Archon Immortal charge lots as an army composition, into Storm as well. Unlike the DT opener, here Storm is a lot more available here because of the Templar Archives. So this is very similar to the DT opener on Abyssal Reef, except it has a lot more longevity to it, and it does transition better into the mid-game. As Lings, they poke in. They attempt to surround. Oracle's in position to defend. And here come the Archons. Now, as the Archon job is moving out, we're building up a heavy Immortal count early on. Now, we spoke about Archon-based openers previously and how something like Swarm Host or Mutas can be a good response to this. Lair is almost done. First Queen goes down. Nice pick off here by Creator. And what do we take into? Lair has completed. Shin for now going into Roach Speed, taking extra gases. From here we can just go into Hydras, into Spire, into Infestation Pits. What's it gonna be? Torque does rotate around. Does pull away, does rotate. And Creator, he's gonna be going for an earlier charge timing. What's important here is that Shin, he didn't tech up into anything else. He's actually still hyper fixated on Roach Ravager, which is gonna be more ideal. It does mean that he should be prepared for this move out. I say should, it's gonna come down to the engage. There's still a lot of power in this push with charge, with Archons, with Immortals. This is still a very hefty army. As we have 15 roaches on the way from Shin. Again, Shin, he's taking this very seriously. Just massing up Roach Ravager. Creator, he breaks forward. Oh, does catch the very nicely done. Catches at the Ravagers. A strong start here for Creator. He still has force fields left over. Speaking of, it does have more force fields. Shin pokes in. Oh, pulls away. This time doesn't quite lock him down. Shinny does pull out in time. Expansion's gonna pull at the same time. Massive link run by the walls on the wall. Hero! The walls on the wall. Lings they bust into the main. Probe's gonna be going down. Expansion does fall, but now Shinny can chase this. He can chase this down. Bailey doesn't get the Archon. 13 probes gonna be falling in the main. The Vials! Vials, they shut down the Prism. Massive pickup. And now there's no more macro, no more control here. 2 Archons do fall. And Creator, he's in trouble. He has to get the hell out of here. He does recall. Recalls back home. Now taking a 4th base. Now expanding. But Shin is maxed. Shin, he's maxed out. He's on 3 base saturation. 61 workers. He doesn't drone any further. 4th base on the way just for Larva. And Shin is going to push. He's going to push out here and now. And he can at least kill the 4th base. But he might want more than that. Might just go for the 3rd instead. That is a lot of force fields. A lot of sentries. A lot of energy. Shin is moving in. It's all or nothing for Shin. He's at 200 supply. Knocks down the rocks. Diving on the main army. Oh! Piles, they don't quite connect. So far the forces, they've been solid. The Roaches, the Ravagers are getting caught out. Very nice force fields. Despite having less supply, Creator making the best of his army. Making the best of what he has. Shin, he rotates. Trying to find another way in. Oh! Being cheeky with the Wiles. And forcing the army down to low ground. Trying to force a better angle. And Creator's having a very awkward time moving in. And Shin, can he get the surround going? Have his army locked out. Does pull away. Getting another Archon, getting an Immortal. Still an awkward engagement here, but Immortals are getting picked up. Lings are coming from behind. We get the surround going. Yes, surround comes in, and Creator, he gets caught out. Trying to get out of here, trying to push towards the natural. Pushing up the ramp. And Creator's down to 2 Immortals. 2 Immortals left. Meanwhile, Lings reinforces. They hit the 3rd base. They bust into the mineral line. More probes going down. And Creator, he has been broken. The 3rd base has been broken here. The 4th base, it's a non-factor. It is not saturated. And Shin can just keep making more units. More Lings, more Roaches. Forcing Creator to respond. And Creator just doesn't have the army. Not anymore. We spoke about it earlier, but this central location between the natural and 3rd base is just so awkward to push into as a defending player. And Creator, he was just torn apart. Expansion goes down. It does fall. Creator, he's at least on 3 bases. He can somewhat sustain himself. Storm is on the way, but alas, his army count was basically reset. He's up to 6 at Jesus. He is up to 6 Immortals, which is impressive. It's a lot of Immortals. And thankfully for Shin, he's been droning. He droned up. He went up to 72 from 60, so 72 workers. Hydra production well underway. Without Storm, I do favor Shin's army. And Shin, he should be pushing before Storm. Should be. He's remaxed. The Lings, they hit the 4th base once again. Going for the expansion, they force a cancel. Oh no, he's not looking! Prism goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And Storm is going to finish in 10 seconds, but even with Storm at this point, it might not be enough. So he picks off that final Immortal. SHIN, he's up 80 supply. Vivian does take a Storm to the face. There's a lot of High Templar, a lot of Storms. I believe there's 3 Storms available. Soon to be 4. That's also still a very high Immortal count, getting up to 7 Immortals. It's a very beefy army. SHIN having a hard time engaging. Behind this, he's taking up in towards a Hive, towards Lurkers. SHIN, he's not tunnel visioning. Going for the Nexus, going for the expand. Roaches, they peel up into the mineral lines. Not that. The Tunneling Claw Roaches, they hit the natural, they go into the main. Probe's going to be going down. And just a way to force the all-in. Like Creator, he's losing far too much at home. He was already all-in to begin with, now he has to commit. Now, this is a terrifying army. That's how many Storms? 7. 7 High Templar. And 10 Immortals. Like, this is terrifying. And it's all or nothing. Massive Storms on the Hydras. Lurkers done already, by the way. 0 Lurkers to defend. Creator, can he pull this off? I mean, with the best Storms he can, for sure. Zones away the Hydras, 2 Storms do connect. Still, what, 3 more Storms available? 2 more thrown down, Poison being pulled. And, you know, despite being forced into the all-in, despite having barely an army, he has, down to 0 Storms. No, sorry, 1 left. 1 Storm remaining, does go for the Warp in, Massive Mortals breaking through. And SHIN, he's hurting. SHIN's in trouble here. Being forced further back, and no shot Creator. Can he do it? Can he get the Storm off? Oh, the High Templar stuck in the back line. Reinforcements coming in. SHIN gets a full surround. There's the final Storm. And that's all he had left. Zealot coming to reinforce, but Creator, he has no reinforcements left. He has no money. Barely not enough. And SHIN, he will hold. GG gets called. SHIN, he will survive. He will claim the series 4-2 and become our LiuLi Cup 36 champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and congratulations to SHIN. Shout out to Creator because he almost pulled that off. That was crazy. That was a terrifying army towards the end of the game, where he was able to just snowball out of control. Again, unfortunately, imagine a world where there wasn't that Ling run by, where Creator didn't lose, what was it, like 15 probes towards the end. If he actually had those extra workers sustaining himself, he would have been able to reinforce with more Zealots. We saw like 3 Zealots warp in to reinforce. If we saw like a proper like reinforcement wave of Zealots there, maybe Creator could have actually pulled that off. Like with extra Zealots, that would have been amazing against the Hydras. Again, 0 Lurkers to defend. Very close, very intense. In the end, SHIN does hold, but that was not an easy defense. That was not an easy hold. GG, congratulations, SHIN. He will claim the series, but a shout out to Creator because he did make a series out of it. Did definitely put in a lot of work, and even some of these games that SHIN did take was quite close here in the end. It's quite close. Very intense. GG, well played. We can switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets and catch up on the results of the players here, the performances in today's tournament. Again, it was a 2-day event. 2 days. We had day 1 being the quarterfinals, and day 2 was the semis and grand finals thereafter. Congratulations to SHIN. It was not an easy performance here for him. He took down Zan, took down Creator, took down Trigger as well, non-stop ZVPs, and I'll be honest, there were definitely moments here where Zan or Trigger could have brought SHIN down. Ace matches all around. Ace match against Zan, ace match against Trigger, and a series against Creator, almost a full series as well. So again, did work very hard for that. Likewise, Creator also had some really close matches against Gumiho and Kyo. So I do appreciate that we barely had any one-sided matches. Aside from one, Kyo did take down Beyond 2-0, so it was a little bit more one-sided there, very intense TVT, but outside of that, very competitive between everyone else. Between Bunny, Zan, Gumiho, Creator, Trigger, Shin, like everyone else, even Kyo, like very competitive amongst each other. Very back and forth. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin here as he is our champion, and I look forward to seeing more of the LiuLi Cup in the coming weeks. I do know that they have already invited some other players here, and I look forward to seeing more of this in the future. Shout out to, of course, Saber. Shout out to LiuLi for hosting and organizing this event on a semi-regular basis. And again, as I mentioned before, this tournament is usually very chaotic, and there's usually different formats depending on the week. Sometimes like a GSL group, sometimes a round of 8, sometimes a round of 4, sometimes just a straight up show match, just like a best of 9 1v1 show match. So yeah, it does kind of change from time to time, but a shout out nonetheless to LiuLi and to Saber for making this a reality, for hosting this on a regular basis. GG. GG, well played. With that, thank you so much for tuning in. That does wrap up our broadcast for the morning. Jesus, it was intense. Only 3 series. It was a 4-hour cast. These matches, they went the distance back. They went the distance. 4 hours for 3 series. Crazy, crazy. So GG, well played. With that, that does wrap up our early morning broadcast. Checking out our schedule here, you can see that we only had 1 cast today. Oh, that crazy. We're falling off, back. We're falling off. We have half a day off this week. Half a day off. You can see Friday evening, no cast. No cast Friday evening. We do plan on taking some time off here, on taking a break. Of course, this is the Easter long weekend. We have Friday, we have Monday off here as a public holiday, so it is a nice time here to take some time off, to take a breath, take a breather. When I say that, really all I mean, it's time to ladder, papi. Let's go. It's time to ladder. It's time to smooch. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We're going to be streaming over on my personal channel. Going to be laddering for a moment. Also, we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy 14 later on this evening as well. So we're able to spend some time outside of just purely StarCraft. Also, when it comes to the weekend, we have a lot of casting going on. We have the KSL, we have MSO, we have the StarCraft 2 Brazilian Circuit Stage 1. We have Figro Cup as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. Again, we cast twice a day, every single day, except for Friday this week. Friday, half a day off. How dare we? How dare we? But outside of that, we cast on a daily basis, on a regular basis, non-stop StarCraft here on the channel. We cast more than any other channel out there. So if you enjoyed the casting, if you enjoyed the StarCraft, consider following, because we have plenty of content on the channel. Likewise, we also upload on YouTube on a daily basis as well. !socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to all of our social medias, including our YouTube channel. Again, we do upload on YouTube every single day. If you see something here that you like, if you missed out on day 1, if you missed out on the quarterfinals, I recommend it. I recommend the VODs. I recommend tuning in. Even last night, I recommend the Rex. I mean, I recommend everything really, but the Rex April Madness. We have some killer matches between Beyond, between Rogue. A lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, and it's all on YouTube. I know that it's hard to watch everything live just because there is so much StarCraft going on, so much that we can't even catch up. Like, there's a lot of events that we have to turn down because they're overlapping with other events, right? There's just a lot of overlap, there's just a lot of content happening, and it's hard for even us to cast as much as we would like to, so that's why we sometimes catch up with replays. For example, LiuLi Cup, this was a replay cast. We couldn't cast it live because I believe we were casting the March Madness at the time live instead. Like, there's just a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. We're catching up. Likewise, we also cast StarCraft Evolution every now and then, and Warcraft 3 Evolution, so sometimes something other than SE2. I believe next week we have like 3 or 4 StarCraft Evolution casts. Like, we have a lot of StarCraft Evolution next week. None this week, but plenty next week. So we got you covered. Time to I will ladder. Time to ladder. Let's go. By the shin of his teeth. Yes, exactly. Great games. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Do appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support, and with that, I'll see you guys. If you're only here for StarCraft casting, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow for the KSL in less than 24 hours. We have the Korean StarCraft League, so some more Korean on Korean action. Otherwise, I'll see you over on my personal channel for some smooch for some ladder. I am very worn out. I just casted 4 hours, so I'm not at peak, laddering capacity, but, if we don't ladder today, we don't get to ladder at all. We have no free time, so time to ladder, time to smudge. See you soon over on that channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. You can also support us on Patreon if you wish. You can support us on Patreon. You can help fund us. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. Goes towards events like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. All the tournaments are funded via Patreon. It all goes back to the players. It all goes to the community. Goes to the StarCraft scene. So if you want to help support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for KSL or later on tonight for some StarCraft ladder. See you soon. See you soon. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.